Who's Marty Schwab? Who's Marty Schwab?
We'll remind people, Corinne, to put their mics on mute if they're
Hold on,
not
Ron.
speaking.
Hey, say, Corinne, can I just mention the stakeholder that's not getting the link?
Sure.
Yeah, it's Ron. If you have
Evanson?
his, yes.
Okay.
And if you,
I
I'm
will,
assuming you have his,
I'll zip him an email right now.
please do. Thank you. All right, let's see if she can do better than me.
Just remember, if you're not,
Yeah,
okay. Yeah, mute
it's
your.
the home email.
How's it going, Corinne? Are we getting everybody in?
Let's see. The first interviewee has not come in yet. I think we're still waiting for Barb.
hang up,
Dorn.
okay, Ron?
Yep, sounds good.
There's Ron.
Thank you.
Ron's on video.
Right. And just a reminder to those of you who are stakeholders, thank you for attending tonight. However, you will need to be on mute and your cameras should be off so that we don't confuse the interviewees, because the school board will be conducting the interviews. So thank you. And we have our first interviewee is in the waiting room, but he is a little early. We still have, let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Jean has to come back. And Dave, is Barb coming tonight? You're on mute, Dave.
Yes, my understanding is that she will be here. The candidate has indicated that he has received the questions that I sent out to him.
Perfect. And he is in the waiting room.
I just want to say good luck tonight, and I think everything's ready to go well, so good luck.
Oh, and Dave, so you know, we had the regular board meeting prior to this, and at the regular board meeting, Tom already read the information about having a online meeting.
Okay, thank you.
So it looks like we have everybody, Corinne, so you can just call the meeting to order and then go from there.
Okay,
So
think you
let's
should-
call the meeting
I
to
think-
order.
I think you should wait till exactly 5:30 though. For the,
Yep. Yep, we've got,
For the interviewer, you mean, Dave?
yes, before the interview starts, because that's what you posted it at, was 5:30.
Oh, yeah.
and we've got some other people that are still
Coming in.
coming in.
And I'll be giving the 30 minutes
Just to clarify, Ron, are we,
again.
Okay, thanks, Dave.
are we filling out the same public input survey, or is the board members getting a different one?
Board members have a different one. You're filling out the round 2 EMD form. So the format's the same
Yeah.
as the first round, but it matches the questions you're asking tonight. The stakeholder observers are filling out an audience input form that asks for them to share at least 1 and up to 3 strengths and at least 1 and up to 3 areas of opportunity for growth for each of the 3 candidates. So they are different.
Barb, which email link is that in? I've gotten like 20 emails today.
I sent it to Ann at 10 o'clock or 10:15 this morning, and I think she sent it out shortly thereafter. It would have come from Ann to all the board
Is it
members.
with our Zoom link?
No, I didn't send you the Zoom link. It is the round
and-
2 final schedule and the EMD round 2. Does anyone have it in their inbox that can tell him what time you received it? It's hard when you get so many emails, I know.
Josh, I just forwarded it to you.
Okay.
That's what I forwarded to you tonight.
Thanks, Corinne.
Yep.
Did you get it, Josh?
I see the stakeholder report final. I see the training materials. I would have expected just a link of
That's
the,
in the body of the email. Just-
Josh, do you want it on your school account or your,
Gmail.
that's what I just forwarded to you tonight. I forwarded to your Gmail account just tonight. During the meeting
Is
when
it
you
an
had said you
is it an
didn't.
atta? I understand. Is there an attachment, or is it, all I got was a Houston audience input link?
And you're copied on all my emails to the stakeholders, Josh, because you coordinated those 12 people for me. So I copied you on quite a few things to the stakeholders, but this one's coming directly to the board with the round 2 EMD link in it.
Josh, I'll forward it again.
Thank you. I've also tried to forward it on to other people. Mimi sent it to me. Thank you, Mimi. I got it. I like it.
Okay.
I need it as simple, stupid as possible. Thank you. I'm good.
Okay. Are we good on time now, Dave? Should we get started?
Yes, I think so. Barb, we can get started now, right? Yep.
Okay, let's call
Yep,
them.
I-
What was that, Corinne? Okay, let's
I'll
call,
shut my camera off and let me know when you want the interviewee to come in.
okay, we'll call a meeting to order. Do we have a motion to approve the agenda? And remember, I'm going to be doing roll call voting again. Okay, thank you, Gene.
I'll second.
Thank you, Mark. Okay, discussion. Well, like I said, this is going to be live on YouTube, so just remember that. And if you have any questions, raise your hands. So we got a motion and we got a second. All in favor? Josh,
Aye.
Richard,
Aye.
Mimi,
Aye.
Arlen, Mark,
Aye.
Gene.
Aye.
Okay, Corinne, you want to let in Kevin?
coming in.
Thank you.
There we go.
Hey, Kevin, welcome back this evening for the second round.
Yes, thank you for having me again.
Yeah. So you kind of know the routine. We'll be all taking notes, and so we're not ignoring you, but we'll go through the questions. Everybody's been assigned a question. I think you remember everybody, so I won't have you bore you with that routine again. But you probably already know everybody.
Yes, hello everyone.
Okay. We'll just get started on the questions. First question is for me. Since your first interview, is there anything you wish you had told us? In addition, is there anything you did speak to in your first interview but wish to elaborate on further?
Well, like I said, first of all, thanks for having me again. I'm very honored to be here. Yeah, since the first interview, I would just like to say that I've worked really hard to get to this point. I've involved myself with many different aspects as far as community involvement within different communities I've been in. Not to mention just progressing in my own professional development as far as being a part of the Perkins Advisory Committee for the Southeast and being a part of the MASSP board of directors, where I've actually recently on the team of Equity and Diversity Committee, part of that team, and also part of the Vision and Mission part of that team, to give guidance and direction to the rest of the principals in the state of Minnesota. So I'm very honored to be able to share that expertise. I think it's a big part of some things that I wanted to learn going further, just to experience different things to be able to give to other folks, and to bring back to a higher up position, which I'm excited about as far as being a superintendent. Like I said, I've worked hard to get to this point. I continue to work hard and I get very engaged, and I'm very involved with the community and the school that I'm with. And I don't go backwards. I continue to push forward. I continue to look to see what's best for the students. And like I mentioned last time, I look forward to helping our teachers succeed in giving our students the best knowledge that they potentially can give our students. So I just wanted to share that I've done a lot of things to get to this point, including the last 8 years of being a head principal. And I felt it was time to share the expertises and my leadership and management skills with this team and the community. So I'm very happy to be here once again.
Thank you, Kevin. So
Yes, thank you.
How will you keep the school board informed about what is happening in the school district?
Well, first of all, weekly updates. I think I would probably plan on every Friday or towards the end of the week involving all of you and what's happening throughout the week. It doesn't have to necessarily be overly detailed things, but keeping you abreast as to what is happening within the district. It's not about just coming to the board meetings once a month. And then if we have certain particular meetings that we need to meet on as a board, but really sharing what is happening in the district. Last thing the board needs and the community needs is to be, I don't want to say blindsided with certain issues and certain things, but having that open communication we talked about last time and sharing what is happening and what is good. And I think a lot of parts of the superintendent working with the principals and the staff and the students is to bring that to you folks. You're not in the school every day. And then when we need to make some tougher decisions and we need to work on different things, you already have the knowledge and the skills from me to be able to share that. So working with you folks each week with a weekly update, and of course the board meetings to share what's going on within our district. It's everybody's district and we all need to know what's going on.
Okay. Thank you. Josh?
How do you respond and personally deal with criticism?
Well, first of all, try not to internalize it too much. If you're being criticized, depending what that criticism is, oftentimes it's having a conversation with the person or people that are criticizing. But first of all, you have to listen as to why you're being criticized. Because if people are criticizing you, obviously there's something that is underlying or could be underlying that is leading to that particular negative impact to why they're speaking to you about that. So not overly internalizing it, because overly internalizing it means that you fret on it. When you start fretting about things, you start getting negative, and then you start getting down. You start bringing other folks down. I'm a very positive person. I don't like to bring others down. So if somebody is literally criticizing me and in a principal role, that happens often. You're not always doing what everybody wants, but at the same time is getting to the root of why people are criticizing and really figuring out what it is that you can do to make things better. And it goes back to that two-way communication and that openness that you have between people. Because you're always going to get criticized in a leadership and a management role, but working through the situations and the scenarios make you a better leader. So going through criticism, going through the negativisms of the job helps you make the school district better and helps you be a better leader.
Okay, Gene, you're up next.
What kind of authority do you give to your administration team? First part of the question. And then second is, how do you hold them accountable?
Well, first of all, it's not micromanaging. There's a reason why we've chosen principals and leaders to be a part of teams. It's for them to make the decisions that they need to make. At the same time as just same as you folks wanting to have those reports is weekly meetings with the administrative staff, because also I need to know as a superintendent what is happening within the buildings. Because the more communication that we have and the more accountability we have with one another creates a more productive team. So not micromanaging the principals, they need to do their job. I've been in both scenarios, and really they need to take that vision, that mission from the board to the superintendent out to their staff, and ultimately let them work with the students, because the students are the target of what we're doing in this job. And it ultimately always comes out to the students. And, holding them accountable is really sitting down with the principals, and I've been in this role now, but sitting down with the principals and having that open communication and making sure that they're evaluated properly. They need to have the proper skills, the proper professional development. They need to be able to learn. The principalship is always changing. It's every day there's something new. I can see we have a principal on here right now, and it's ever changing. There is nothing the same in any one given day. So how do you hold them accountable is they have to obviously abide by all the policies, all the rules. They have to be a visible, positive person, and they have to be communicative. They have to share. And if we can't have that two-way communication and we can't share things, it's going to be tough to, I guess, have that, I don't want to say top down, but that top down management style so that we get once again to our students. So the accountability piece is making sure that they are doing what they're supposed to be doing without micromanaging.
My question tonight is, how have you been involved in using technology in administration and instructional programs?
Great question. This year has been really fun with technology, as everybody knows. We've had to up some game. But since I've been a principal, we'll go back to JWP when I was there. We actually implemented the first one-to-one device program that they had in that school district. And I was a major part of the team to decide if we were going to do Chromebooks, if we were going to do iPads, what platforms we were going to use. So I made a relatively tough decision because we were split on if we're going to use Google Classroom, and we chose Google Classroom. We were split on using iPads. So, but the biggest thing is going and speaking with the students is they wanted a keyboard. So making that decision as to what the students needed and what would help them grow and learn in the classroom. So I was a big part of that. Been a big part of helping with the Infinite Campus side and the management things, and dealing with, I guess, the maintenance piece of the school district. And really seriously working with behind the scenes on our scheduling and adding and developing new courses through technology, and also working with my staff on how we implement new programs within our own devices that are educational. So technology has been a big part. And then since I've been here at Medford was about the first school in Minnesota to be one-to-one. And when I started here, the devices were up for renewal. We were actually, once again, on iPads. And so I was a part of the process where our iPads more important than Chromebooks. And same thing, it was split. But really doing the investigative research to find out what is the best for our students, whether it's a touchscreen, not touchscreen, flip screens. There's a lot of pieces to the puzzle of deciding what is the best for our students. And working with my other principal, the elementary principal, work with the elementary kids, and so that we develop that strategy of devices from the bottom up, so that when students get to the high school, that they have the proper tools as far as part of that technology. I've been a big part of the development of technology. Being here at a small school, I work really closely with. We have 3 technology people here. We have an integrationist. We have somebody that does the actual fixing of devices, and then we have someone that comes in and works with our mainframe. And we do a technology meeting once a week. It's been very productive. For the fact is that we then decide and continue to work on what it is that we need to better ourselves here with technology. And that's something that I would definitely continue, is to have a technology team with our administrative team to make sure that we are using the tools just as that. They're tools. They don't educate the kids, but learning and creating the best ways to make sure that these tools are productive for our students.
Welcome back, Kevin.
Yes, thank you.
How do you prepare the school board to make a decision on politically sensitive or controversial issues?
Well, first of all, it goes back to the other question. If we're having honest, open discussions, and I keep you folks abreast and I keep you folks updated, then when a tough politically or even sensitive issue comes about, obviously I'm going to work with Tom first. He's the person that I would go to first, and then we would decide what it is that we need to proceed. If it's a huge major issue, then we're going to have to call upon a board meeting to further discuss it. So keeping everybody in tune to what's going on. But as we know, like I said before, things are ever changing and things happen quickly. So I have to be able to have that communication with you folks to be able to have those immediate conversations and make sure that they're meaningful. It's not bringing the board into a meeting just to have a meeting. It's because things have been thought out first, and if they can be handled within my realm and maybe even the principal's realm, we would deal with it at that point. But at the same time, is letting the board know that something serious came up. And at that time, if it's decided that it needs to go a little bit further, then we take it to the next step with the board. And then we bring it back down into making that decision.
Thank you.
How do you maintain a collaborative relationship with the staff, parents, school board, and community?
I talked about this quite a bit last time too. And, to build relationships, you have to be visible and you have to have that open mindset and you have to have that open ear. You have to be able to listen. If you're already judgmental prior to, a situation or people wanting to share things, it's not going to work. People want to share, and if you can't listen to, that communication piece and work with them, it doesn't build relationships, and being in the community, my past has been involved in the community, and letting people know that you care. If you don't show that you care, if you don't show that you want to be, say, downtown, you want to go to the gas station, you don't want to say hello, even the community I live in now, I say hello to every single kid, because the kids are the ones that go home and talk to the parents and say, hey, this place is great. Principal Babcock he's a cool guy, he's having fun. But at the same time as being able to have those tough decisions, also build relationships. I think a lot of times you talk about if we're positive all the time, but sometimes you got to have those difficult relationships and those difficult conversations to once again make things better. We can't learn if we don't learn from making mistakes, and we can't learn if we don't work with each other. So we have to always work together. I would, like I always do, is put things out for the community, to the parents on Facebook. We have to share. People need to know what's going on in the school. There's a lot of great things going on, and oftentimes we don't share enough of it. And I think that really supports the school district, which like I mentioned last time, is the center. It's the hub of a small town. And we need to really promote it. A lot of great things happen, and we want those kids of ours to come back, and we want our parents to have their kids to come back. So really just having that open ear, that open mind, and being very visible.
Okay, Richard. You're on mute, Richard.
We'll never quite get over that piece.
Yeah, sorry, clicked the wrong icon.
Well, at least you didn't click off your video.
Yeah. Okay, my question is, how would you evaluate the effectiveness of our current administrative team? If you were to feel some realignment was necessary, how would you go about making a change?
Well, I think the first part of that question is how you evaluate effectiveness is you listen, right? So, you know, if I'm fortunate, and I hope I am, to be able to jump in this role, it's working with the principals, and it's having different various meetings as to figure out and find out what the culture is. Once you find out the culture, you'll be able to figure out the effectiveness of the team, right? Is it positive? Are we working together? All right, is there a scaffold method, that works between the elementary to the high school? And how are we working with the online component? Because obviously that's a big component to the school district. So the effectiveness is what has worked and what hasn't worked, and how available are we to share that information, whether it's, once again, if it's positive or if it's negative information. It goes back to the communication piece to be effective. We can't have not have mindful conversations and be effective. Right. So listening and having that visionary piece, that mindset of what is it that is effective, what's working and what's not working. And if there's things not working, we look at how to share and build some capacity and some teams and how to restructure or make those changes. And as far as realignment, those are tough decisions. But if realignment is needed, it's the best for the kids. Okay, and it becomes that difficult conversation. But once again, difficult conversations happen because you've had conversations prior to it. If it's just a sudden conversation, oftentimes that leads into, people being disgruntled. And sometimes you disgruntle people, but at the same time, as if you lead up to the process, it minimizes, that angst. But to make the changes, you have to have the honest conversations, and you have to work with the people that need to maybe make that change. And if it's a higher up position and everything, then it's working with the board. Because once again, people talk, and if the steps and the procedures aren't followed from even like the top down chain of command, people will talk, and then it sets that anxiety and that negative tone. And once again, the superintendent sets the tone off the top. And if you're going to have a difficult conversation, you're going to realign some things. You need to put some things in place prior to it. You can't just do it immediately.
All right, thank you. My question is, tell us about any unique trends you currently see happening in special education.
I would say, and I work very closely. I'm in my office, obviously, and our SPED director is right next door to me, and I help develop that position here. But I would say, a trend that I see is really parental involvement is a big piece. Just the fact is how do we engage parents on the ideas and the structure of what is special education, what is truly an IEP, and really working with how do we get those students to meet the goals and objectives that are set forth, which really kind of leads into my other piece, which is really the curriculum and standards-based part of it, to get those students the right developmental piece to be able to get them to, work or college and life. And having the parents involved, which is becoming a lot tougher, not even just with SPED, but really getting them engaged with that IEP, having them help with who the students actually are is huge. I see it all the time where we try to establish the boundaries between the SPED and the school and the parent, and trying to figure out who those kids are. And oftentimes as they get older, having them help make those decisions with the parent. We want to make sure that they become engaged in their own education, but at the same time is we need to hold them accountable to what it is that what they're at. And it's hard for parents sometimes to see that just because we have put first grade, second grade, third grade, fourth grade, so on and so forth on things, that oversights who a kid really is. Because if I'm in fifth grade and I'm at a second grade reading level, I should be reading at a level that's conducive to me, but building that curriculum and that aspect for some standards-based aspects to be able to build that student up. All kids are different. Kids all learn different. They're all at different paces, and oftentimes it's getting them involved. And then if you have some, DCD type kids and so on, is having the programs and the tools and the resources for them to be able to establish themselves and hopefully become productive people in life, whether it's trying to, developing that school choice reform piece that we can get these kids to where they need to be, whether it's some sort of PAYS lab. We get them out working in the workforce early so that they can establish parameters with the local people, and so on and so forth. So I would say the parental involvement, involving that curriculum piece, that standards-based piece, and really looking at the school choice reform piece. And I was going to kind of add homelessness in there too, because I'm seeing a lot more of that. I'm not sure how prevalent that is in the Houston community. It's becoming a little bit more prevalent around here. But the homelessness piece too needs to be looked at in a way that, how do we get these kids the tools and the implementation services that they need to be successful and realize that they can still have their dreams as they're going through a lot of, probably some depression, and helping them through their social emotional learning needs to develop their skills as well. So once again, it's really just truly working with kids in different capacities, but those things I see as being really prevalent right now.
Okay. Who's up next? Gene?
As superintendent, how would you establish partnerships or build existing partnerships with the business community to support the school district?
Well, I think I mentioned it last time, schools, especially small schools, small towns, we're always tapping our businesses, different things, whether it's the baseball club, softball club, but really allowing them to be a part of the school, and really making sure that they are a part of how we bring them into the school. We want our kids to go down and be able to be established with them as well. So if there is a business that's in town where our younger students could go visit to see what workforces are like, if we can get our upper students to begin to get apprenticeships with some of our folks that are doing various things, and really getting them involved within the school. It's not about the local businesses and our partners giving all the time. It's us giving back to them as well, because we want to make sure that they're provided, or we're providing them the services of our students down the road. So looking at and really visiting and sharing with those business people. I mentioned earlier about sharing with you folks each week, but I would definitely be sharing with them at some point. I'm not sure how I would do it, whether it was every other week, once a month, but really sharing with them what's going on in the school as well, so that they see the excitement of what is happening, right? I know the girls basketball team just went to state, but really sharing in that excitement and promoting that excitement through the town. Because as people shop and they go through town, they see, the intensity and the fun, what's going on in the building. It highlights. People like to talk. Small town people like to talk. They like to have coffee, and it needs to be talked about in a positive way. So promoting and sharing, and having a two-way in and out street, not just always asking, but giving back, I think is a big piece of how we do that. So communicating with the businesses and finding out what it is that they need or what they want, and how we get some of our students to eventually help them out, I think is significant for the small town growth and keep it surviving and keep it, the vibrancy going.
Okay, Kevin, my question is, we're looking for a leader who is both the school district and the communities. Provide us with examples of how you will be involved, visible, approachable, and accessible in our district and the community.
First of all, Arlen, you sound like you're on Star Wars.
I've got a very bad cold all of a sudden today.
I think it's your microphone, but that's fine. So I'm just going to reread it here. We're looking for a leader who has a record of involvement and visibility in both the school district and communities. examples how you be involved. Well, first of all, I'm just at about just about everything. Actually, right now I'm missing a baseball game that I would probably be at right now if I wasn't sitting here. But really being at everything and being visible. It's not about just being at sports. It's about being at our theater competitions. It's about being at our musicals, band concerts, and really letting the kids see that you are there. I mentioned last time, I remember when I was in high school, the 6 teachers that stood in the doorway when I played basketball, right? Kids remember, teachers remember, and people remember that you are there, right? And it sets that tone of this person actually cares. Because if I'm not seeing and I'm not congratulating people and saying different things to different students and teachers for their help and their generosity and what they do as for coaches, but being visible, very visible in the hallways. I think that will maybe change a little bit because of the different role, but I still plan on being in the hallways. I want people to know that I support them. I know for a fact that I'm in classrooms all day as much as I can be. This year has been tougher because I've had to do more communication online, but people need to know that I care. And I'm a very caring person by nature anyway. So I would be out and about all the time, but also very, very visible at different events and making sure that people know that I appreciate what they do. You know, and as far as the community, once again, it's helping in any way that I can. In the past, Medford's been a little bit difficult because I've really wanted to be involved with a local, even Lions or Rotary here in Medford. Medford doesn't have that. So Fairbolts and Owatonna's are during the day, so I can't overly get involved with those components, but getting involved with the community in a different way that I can share what the schools are all about. And you know, we brought up the 4 statement on, you know, bringing the businesses and how we, you know, build that capacity. But that's another piece of the capacity is getting involved in a different way. You know, and even when I lived in Janesville, my wife and I started a beautification program. We wanted the town to get more vibrant. And to this day, 8 years later, the town looks amazing. They have done a whole bunch of different things. I involved the art department. I involved our shop. We built different things, flower pots, benches, so on and so forth for town. You know, so I like to get involved. I like people to feel good about where they're from. And, you know, you can't do that if you're sitting right where I'm at right now in this desk. And I am not a sit behind my desk person. And that'll probably be one of the toughest things as a superintendent is I may be sitting a little bit more than I'm used to. But I like to be up and out and about. And I mentioned earlier, it's not micromanaging. It's just being a supportive person and sharing and caring as to what we are as Hurricanes.
All right, Kevin. Upon review of the Houston Public Schools hiring criteria, is there anything about your past work experience that you would like to highlight for us?
You know, I would say that you know, I've mentioned I've done a lot of things to get to this point. You know, and I'm happy to say that I've tried some things younger or earlier in my life that I always wanted to do. To the point where I got back into education. I worked at a very inner city school in New Jersey. That started my teaching career off as far as K-12 education. And I've grown since then. I've been able to work at some different schools, work for different principals, work for different superintendents, and learn what kind of leader that I want to be and who I've been. And I continue to grow with that. I've been able to take discipline from the last 2 schools I've been at and really minimize it. I know here at Medford, our discipline since I started is down about 43%. And I really work with students. I work with kids, and I've mentioned a bunch of times is I listen. We're here to help the kids. We're not here to put them further back. And I've been really appreciative of the people that I've worked with. I've been in a lot of professional developments, and I've just been able to grow to the capacity where, you know, to be sitting here and having this interview with you is where I'm at right now as far as what I want to do. I want to be the leader at Houston. I want to be that manager. And I want to work with your folks and really build that capacity and making Houston schools the best school in the country, I guess, if you want to look at it that way, but really just building that capacity. And I've had a really good background and very experiential past that I'm just very proud of, and I'd like to share that into this role.
Okay, you have 30 minutes left.
Oh, a lot of time.
A lot of time.
So, last question. So, what questions do you have for us? I always get the good one, don't I?
Yep, you get to go last. Okay, so reflecting on, actually, I'll bring this over here. I'll put that right there. So reflecting on the district's experiences, what have you seen the district do to promote diversity, equity, and inclusion? And I guess equity is probably the bigger piece of that. I think I was partially asked that last time myself, but just moving forward as to, with everything going on around us, how has Houston Schools been able to work with that and develop that?
Anybody have any thing they want to address on that? I don't really, I'm not privy on a lot of that information, if anybody else is, as far as, I don't really see a lot of issues. I don't have kids in school, so maybe I'm missing something that may be going on.
I guess I can just speak at one of our highlights is our school size, our classroom size. As a board member and as a parent, I feel that our kids do get a one-on-one connection, and each child is being looked after and spoken with directly. And I know some of the behind the scenes, there's different programs in place to not let kids slip through the cracks. And, even throughout the summer and through the weekends, there's, I feel like we put our best foot forward on just every student in our district.
Awesome. Thank you, Josh.
Yeah, we also have PBIS, and then we just implemented, I believe it's called Move Your World. So to help with mental health as well. So.
Very good. Thank you.
Kevin, one of the things too that I've noticed through the years is I deal with a lot of neighboring towns, and I come in contact with a lot of the parents from those towns. And I do notice that any student that's having difficulty in the those school districts, if they transfer to Houston, they seem to fit in really well. And it really doesn't matter what their background is or what their interests are. Houston is very accommodating, and that is a credit to not only the teachers, but I believe the students also.
Very good. Thanks, Arlen. Good response.
Richard, you had something?
Yeah, I was going to say that, like our staff and everything that we have here from top to bottom, from the pre-K all the way through the high school, are really, really top-notch educators, employees, staff. The way they work with the kids, they try to help the kids. And as a parent with two kids that have IEPs and are in the special education, working with that side and stuff, I've seen it with our two, that they try to keep the kids included. They like them out with their friends. They like seeing them out in the classrooms as much as possible. They do a really phenomenal job working with these kids. And if they see a kid struggling, offering help, trying to do what they can to keep them up, and keeping so they can keep going and succeed once they do get out of Houston Schools.
Very good.
Anybody else? Thank you, guys. Good input. Kevin, you have any other questions?
Yeah, I'll throw a couple more at you. I guess, based on that, it kind of leads me to, so where do you see Houston Schools in 5 years? I'll just go kind of short term, not real long term, just kind of that middle of the ground road. But where do you folks see Houston Schools in 5 years? Because you've done amazing, and I heard it again, you've done some amazing things. And I'm just curious as to, where you want to see the district in 5 years.
I'll make a quick kind of general comment, and then if because I'm a pretty new board member, Kevin, but so I'll let other people kind of pipe in for specifics. But I would say I think Houston has done a phenomenal job at, for being a small rural school, really keeping on the forefront of technology and trying to implement classes for the kids that are different and kind of unique, and to keep them, I guess, just to keep them more interested, right? So I would like to see us to continue that path and really just try to strive and continue to be at that forefront and just coming up with things that are going to be for kind of, as you put it in the interview questions, right, is really beneficial to the kids, right, and different kids, right? So and what's going to help them to learn, right? So I'd like to see that continue and grow, and I think all the other board members would agree with that. So
in other words, having that innovative mindset, Mark.
Absolutely, yep.
Very good.
Yeah, I think Houston is kind of, as you know, the history of Houston, I feel like we're ahead of a lot of schools, especially being as small as we are. As far as like one-on-one Chromebooks for kids, and I mean, we got a list of stuff I think that we're doing, and we kind of forget how much we've got going on in Houston because we live it. And you don't really hear of how others have it until they talk to you about it. And kind of Arlen said a minute ago, there's a lot of kids that come to Houston because what we have to offer them in a lot of different ways, whether it be our online program, our brick and mortar program, or even our Summit learning program. And taking care of our kids is our focus. And I think we always strive and look for what's next. I mean, that's how we got into online. Is we, back then we were like, okay, what's next, what we can do. And even with our new programs online, our, what is it, DC? I mean, we got a lot going on in this times, trying to help out kids. Anybody else have some input?
Very
Yeah.
good. Very good.
As Tom mentioned, in terms of our online school, we've added the Destination Career Academies. We continue to look at different tracks within that, with our operators track, our technology track, our IT track, everything. And then another thing that we have with our online is we're adding a lot of clubs now. So students, besides just being involved within the academics, we have expanding so that they can get into the organizations, clubs like the German Club and all those culinary clubs and everything else. So they have a lot of experiences that they can draw from us.
Yeah, I noticed all the different clubs starting to be offered on that online program, which I think is fantastic. I even saw a cross country and track club on there. I actually read through that a little bit, which was pretty interesting. So yeah, really cool. So not being complacent is what I'm hearing. Is that be correct? Always trying to look forward.
Right.
Awesome.
And also, I'm not on the building and facilities committee, but we've done a great job. That group has done a great job over the last, 8 years, 5 years, just making sure our buildings are well taken care of. We've been updating things so our facilities are really good. And then if we're dreaming 5 years out, I'm the board member that always says we could use an auditorium. So if you're asking for our dreams, our facilities are great, but there's a few things on our wish list. So we just want to be prepared. So when an opportunity arises for something like that, that it could be something we could potentially do. So
absolutely,
building off the good things we already have in place.
Yes, and that helps to move forward with doing new things like you just said. So very good.
Other input? Any other questions, Kevin?
Yep, last one, kind of like yours, but is there anything else that I can provide all of you that would be helpful for me to be your next superintendent, so I can move this tiger sign behind me and make it a hurricane sign?
Does anybody have any specific questions they want to bring up?
Well, I with still standing in our guidelines of questions, you've mentioned in some previous experiences or life experiences and leading you to a career in education. Are we allowed to elaborate on some of those? Those have been mentioned both in our first round and tonight's interviews. I'm just curious, some of those different directions or interests. Yeah.
Are you saying you want me to elaborate, Josh? I can most certainly do that.
That follows within our interview guidelines. I know we have a few protocols to follow.
So,
You're good.
doing, what's that? Go ahead. Somebody just said
Because
something.
I was gonna say, you're good on that. Go ahead, you can go ahead.
Okay. Well, I don't, everything's not on my resume, obviously, because I've done numerous things, but, I grew up in a background with education. I was locked to my dad's side, and I think I mentioned last time that my dad almost talked me out of going into education. So when I got my master's degree in psychology and so on and so forth, I went out and became a assistant Division I track and field coach. And luckily, in 2 years, I became a head college coach. And starting at that point in my very young life, in my early middle 20s, I took that team from being at the bottom to the top because of the way I handled my recruiting process, the way I handled my student athletes as far as them meeting with me and making sure our education was top notch for them so that they could concentrate on track when they got on the track. And going from the bottom of the conference to almost winning the conference to being up to National Coach of the Year, where I was runner up for that after 4 years of being at the college. And long story short is they closed the program at the college because they couldn't afford to redo the track. So I moved down to New Jersey and worked at the inner city school district that I spoke to you folks about. And those students taught me about life and what it is that makes me the educator that I am today because of the openness and just listening and getting kids out sometimes to explore. That's a big piece of education, is not just being locked up. And I like the thought that you folks are willing to move forward because kids need to see things to be able to move forward. They want things now. So being able to build that piece and my road took me to being a teacher at Hilton Head High School and Beaufort Middle School. So I learned some different types of peoples. My beginning of my background was to learn about different peoples and see different parts of the country so I could understand people. Growing up in rural Minnesota, I was locked into basically one set of persons, right? And so I wanted to get out and see different things. And through my success with my teaching, my success with my coaching, building teams up from the bottom to the top, to working at Rasmussen College, to developing the first biology science class for them online, to be able to implement that, work with a team, to being on the Higher Learning Commission team, to sitting where I'm at now. So I've had some great experiences. I think I might have spit out last time that I worked with NASCAR when I was out east, when I was assistant coach. So I was able to help train some NASCAR drivers and some teams. So it's been fun, but I understood very quickly that I needed to be with K-12 education in the public school system because I've always loved it. And sorry, Dad, you couldn't talk me out of it.
Is there anything else that you want to bring up or ask, Kevin?
Nope. I'll just say it again. I'm very appreciative, and I love the direction of the Houston schools, and I'm very appreciative and very honored and blessed to be sitting here.
Okay. If nobody else has anything else, I guess we can say thanks for coming again this evening. As you know, we're going to be doing a lot of deliberations after our 3 interviews this evening. And I'm assuming Dave will probably contact you one way or the other.
Okay.
At your time. Thanks for coming along, being here. And
Yeah. Thank you, all of you. Thank you for everybody that's on the screen as well. It's been nice to actually been in person with you, but I really have had the pleasure and treat of getting to know you folks. So hopefully we'll get to see you soon.
Nice to meet you.
Yes, thank you. Take care.
Okay, everybody, make sure you work on your forms. Our next interview will start at 6:45. So we got quite a bit of time. So get your forms filled out, and if you're gonna eat or whatever you want to do. Anything else you want to talk about, Dave, or?
No, I think that's fine. It just, if they could be there by 6:43, that's always good. to get there a minute or two early so that we know that we're ready to go. It's 6:40.
Yeah, being there early is best.
Yep. Thank you.
Stephanie's in the waiting room, Dave, in case you're wondering.
Okay, thank you. We still have a couple minutes yet.
Yeah, just want to let you know.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it. I think we can get started now.
Corinne, you want to bring Stephanie in?
Hello.
Hey, Stephanie, welcome back.
Well, thank you for having me.
Yeah, you know the routine. I could read it all to you, but I'm sure you remember from 2 days ago.
Sounds good.
Do it. We'll be making notes, and we'll kind of go from there. You have any questions before we get started at all, Stephanie?
Nope, let's get started.
Okay, thanks again and welcome back. So first question, since your first interview, is there anything you wish you had told us in addition to is there anything you did speak to in your first interview but wish to elaborate on further?
Okay, so yes, I got done with the interview and I was really surprised that I hadn't talked about the 4 R's that I think are most important in education. Those 4 R's aren't reading, writing, and arithmetic, but rather rigor, relevance, relationships, and resilience. And so I'd like to just speak to each of those a little bit. So I think that in education, of those 4 R's, relationships are most important. It's very important in education that staff have relationships with students, students have relationships with other students, and it's a relationship business, basically, education is. So I think relationships are very important in order to help students learn and also to help educators learn. So relationships are the most important of the 4 R's. Rigor is important that as educators, we are pushing each child to their maximum potential and that we're challenging them with rigorous material. Relevance, I think that it's important that as we are providing this rigorous material, that students understand the relevance of that material to their lives the best that we can, so that they know that it's not just things that they're learning for a test, but they're learning for life. And then resilience. I think that when I first was looking at like the achievement gap and doing some research on it, I thought that the first 3, rigor, relevance, and relationships were the key. But especially since I've seen so much struggle with mental health and challenges that students face that they feel like they can't bounce back from, I think that it's important that as educators, we show students that, we all get knocked down, but the important thing is that we get back up each time. And so showing them as role models and then helping them as educators, helping students to get back up and helping one another to get back up. So I was surprised that I hadn't mentioned the 4 R's in my first interview, and I appreciate this opportunity to talk about them.
Okay, thank you. So we'll start off with Mimi. There you are.
I think they're testing something.
Oh,
Just, yeah. Anyway, I'm sorry about the background noise. How will you keep the school board informed about what is happening in the school district?
okay. I think I might have spoke to this a little bit in the first interview, but I do think that keeping the school board informed is very important. And it's so important that each week I send a email out on Friday, or sometimes it's over the weekend. We can call it a Friday file or a weekly reflection, whatever it's called. Basically, it gives some of the considerations that I've had, some information that I've learned, as well as kind of a preview of the following week. So I think that that's one key method that I use to keep school board informed. I also, at the time of a school board meeting, or prior to a school board meeting, I create additional information, which kind of goes into detail in regards to the different topics on the agenda, and gives like the pros and the cons of the different decisions that the school board will be responsible for making. In the event that there is something tragic or extreme that I am confident is going to be kind of the news in the community, I might text school board members to kind of give them a heads up that this is a concern that I have, or I've heard throughout the district, just to give them a heads up of those type of things. I don't do that too much, but there are occasions that I think that a text is warranted, because people might be contacting you, and sometimes the things that they say aren't as it's better to get it from myself, from the source. So those are some things that I do to keep the school board informed. And then obviously they have the same opportunities, like by keeping the district website up to date and using Facebook and or the school's Facebook page, I should say. I think that's important, as well as, like, I know our school board members always read the district newsletter that goes out monthly. And for a while there, actually, we had board members who were contributing to that with a little, some things that they saw going on that they were, proud of the district for. And I thought that was a really nice piece, but after a while, it just worked out that people stopped contributing, and so it kind of ended. So there's some ideas.
Okay, Josh, you're up.
How do you respond and personally deal with criticism?
Okay, when I think of criticism, there's a quote that I don't have memorized, but I think of it a lot in that regard. It's Brene Brown, and it's something about, like, if I hear criticism, and it's kind of like from the cheap seats and people who aren't in the arena with me fighting the battle that I'm fighting. I want feedback. I want information that is useful to me. And if the criticism that I receive is useful and accurate, then I'm going to use it to better myself. I love that kind of feedback. I mean, sometimes it can be kind of hard to swallow when you hear something negative, but it's helpful for me because I want to continue. I want to be a lifelong learner. I am a lifelong learner, and I want to continue to grow. So, but sometimes feedback, or I shouldn't call it feedback because it's just criticism. It's just people who don't have a very narrow perspective. They just see one little piece of the bigger picture, and I just let that roll off of me because there's not much you really can do besides help. Sometimes you can help to educate them, but in some situations, it's just better to let it roll off you when it's like on Facebook or like I'm not going to have a back and forth email war with somebody who's trying to criticize me. I'll take that and okay, fine, and move on.
Thank you.
Stephanie, what kind of authority do you give to your administration team, and how do you hold them accountable?
I think it's important that the admin team knows that I support them. I think that comes, pretty quickly. It needs to in the superintendent admin team relationship. That I need to get to know my team pretty fast. They get to know pretty quick from me as far as what things I want them to bring to me, and when they should just handle it on their own. And for the most part, I want them to feel comfortable handling things on their own that involve, their buildings or their staff. So I want to empower my admin team to feel that they have the authority to make the decisions that involve their district and I should say their building and their staff. I find that my style is to give credit. You'll find like in my Friday files that I, give kudos and credit to the different administrators who are doing good things for the district or whoever it is, even if it's, teachers or paraprofessionals or food service. I like to give credit to others. Whereas when it comes time for the blame for things, I feel like it's up to me to to recognize the things that need to be improved and to help those people or those situations to improve. So I will take the blame for the negative, and I will definitely pass on kudos. I find that builds trust with my people, and it helps to empower them and helps the district to move forward. And then I can help guide them in a more private situation as far as the improvements that need to be made.
Hi, Stephanie. My question tonight for you is, how have you been involved in using technology in administration and in instructional programs?
Okay, how have I been involved in using technology? Well, technology we kind of have a love-hate relationship. I would say 95% of the time I love technology, but the 5%, or maybe it's a little less than that, where it doesn't work for me, it can be pretty frustrating. But technology is all around us, and I can't think of too many examples where we're not using technology. Here we are having a Zoom interview with technology. Zoom has been a big part of most people's lives over the last year. Our cell phones, the web pages, and just everything's done through technology. So for the most part, I'm a fan, except for when it goes wrong, and I'm pretty good at problem solving. I definitely have down the shut everything down and start it up again. That seems to be still, even in this day and age, it seems to be the best cure for a lot of things. yeah, I feel like I'm rambling and I'm trying to find the question on the sheet that that was sent to me. Did I cover it okay?
Yeah, that's okay, Stephanie. You did. Thank you very much.
Yep.
All right, welcome back, Stephanie.
Thanks.
How do you prepare the school board to make a decision on politically sensitive or controversial issues?
I think that, you know, it's important that the school board understands different people's perspectives. And so there's times where I will try to, you know, give everybody's perspective. I might have one perspective and I might see it very clearly, but I'll also share other people's perspectives just so that board members understand those perspectives. And how I do it through the Friday files or the reflections. I do it through that additional information. If board members ever have questions, I'm happy to answer them. When a board member might ask me a question, I will share it out the answer to that question with all board members. So that way everybody gets that same information. I figure if one person has that question, you all might, and it's important that I give information to everybody, not just to one person. So I think that, you know, any information that you ask for, I will make sure that you get, and that hopefully would help you to make those tough decisions.
Am I up, Tom? I'm kind of confused on the numbers.
Yes, you are.
Thank you. I was like, I'm up, and then I figured I better ask. How do you maintain a collaborative relationship with the staff, parents, school board, and community?
I think that, like I said, relationships are very, very important. And so in order to, first of all, build those relationships and then sustain them, it's actually something that, like, I would come into the district with a first year plan, and relationships would be at the core of that plan. Getting to know people through, you know, conversations. I think I most enjoy like one-on-one conversations with people, but having, you know, so stopping by people's classrooms before school, after school, that helps me to get to know teachers, you know, stopping in the lunchroom, greeting the students in the morning. I think that those are all things within the schoolhouse that I can do to help to get to know the people in the building. And then outside of the building, you know, sometimes it's attending events that kids have, athletic events or other extracurricular activities that are going on. Also being out in the public, sometimes just if there's an event in the community going on, you know, attending that and just trying to say hi to people and you know, get a feel for some of their interests and passions, and just getting to know the people of the community, I think is important.
Okay, Richard, you're next.
All right, hello, Stephanie. My question is, how would you evaluate the effectiveness of our current administrative team? If you were to feel some realignment was necessary, how would you go about making a change?
Okay, I think that change can be tricky. You know, if there's something that needs to be done, and the fact that this question is on there, it kind of gives me a sense that maybe there's something that somebody has a little bit of concern about, and you know, sometimes that can be tricky coming in and, you know, making a bunch of changes. So I would really try to listen to board members and to the administrative team, if they have a sense, if the admin team has a sense that this would help and everybody's in agreement to make those changes, obviously that would be a lot easier than if maybe somebody's, I don't know exactly what the situation is, but if somebody just isn't cutting it as a principal, let's say, or and that could be a little bit more tricky, especially just coming into the situation. So I would really listen and learn, and before I made changes that were unwanted, I would help people like with an improvement plan and trying to see if we could work within the context, if everybody's happy where they are, but they're just not functioning as well as maybe the board or the community feels that they should be. Trying to get everybody up to a reasonable mark. But then if things still aren't working well, they're starting with that improvement plan to kind of have a plan for change and working together with the other administrators to make any changes that are necessary.
Okay, thanks. My question is, tell us about any unique trends you see currently happening in special education.
Okay, well, as you might recall, I do have quite a background in special education, and I think that the trend that is exciting and it's also concerning that I see in special education is that we're expected by Minnesota and Wisconsin as well to have our students in the regular classroom as much as possible, which that's kind of been the expectation for a long time, but it's really getting to the point where I think educators aren't necessarily prepared to have like a speech language clinician in their regular ed classroom helping a student to learn speech and language. And so I feel like districts, for the most part, have work to do to help train up their special ed teachers how best to serve in a regular ed environment as opposed to pulling the student out and working like a one-on-one or in a small group in a special ed setting. So I think training is really needed, because just moving a speech language clinician into a regular classroom and them doing the exact same thing they've always done, that's not really the purpose of why the states and the federal government want the students to be in the regular class. That doesn't serve the purpose. In my opinion, the purpose is so that the regular ed teacher can kind of learn like, okay, this is how you help a child say their S's. And so the regular ed teacher is able to then help with that instruction the whole time that the student is in school, instead of just for that 30 minutes where the speech language clinician is giving that therapy. So I think that's kind of the vision behind it. But in most situations, it's kind of lost in the interpretation, and it's not as effective for our students as I think it could be with some training.
Thank you. Jean, you're next.
Okay. As superintendent, how would you establish partnerships or building existing partnerships with the business community to support the school district?
I think that the biggest thing I do to build these partnerships is to show appreciation. I think that, businesses like to be appreciated. Some examples I can think of, like during the pandemic when our teachers were at home, we got the teachers gift certificates to whichever local business they wanted. And I think it was only like $20. So it wasn't a ton of money, but it was an opportunity to show our teachers appreciation for all that they were doing to try to give the instruction in an online form, which was very challenging for them. And it also showed appreciation to our local businesses because they've always been very supportive of us. And so it was kind of a win-win. And I think so showing appreciation is one thing that I would do to help establish those partnerships, and to other things, just that relationships, again, I think is so important in building those relationships with community partners, knowing their strengths and their passions, and then calling on them. I think we all like to hear, hey, I know that you're good at this. Can you help us with that? And it's a win-win because, the people the stakeholders who we know have a vested interest in our district feel good when they are able to help out, and the district benefits when we have people helping us.
Thank you, Stephanie. My question is, we are looking for a leader who has a record of involvement and visibility in both the school district and the communities. Provide us with examples of how you will be involved, visible, approachable, and accessible in our district and the community.
I think it's a matter of being clear that that is my goal from the beginning. Like I talked about that first year plan, having that first year plan, which kind of spells out how I'm going to get to know people and know the data of the district, and kind of my areas of focus within the first year. And I'm sorry, I'm looking at the question here. So the visibility. And so when people see that plan and they know that, and I'm acting out the steps within that plan to be visible, I think that would be helpful, and to be available. And to have stakeholder meetings, and to have an open door policy where people can come in and share their thoughts and their concerns and their passions. And it's all about building those relationships and then sustaining those relationships. I think showing appreciation is huge in building those relationships. Getting to know individuals for their strengths and weaknesses, and attending events, stopping by businesses, all of those things help to build the relationships.
Thank you.
Yeah. All right, Stephanie. Upon review of the Houston Public Schools hiring criteria, is there anything about your past work experience that you'd like to highlight for us?
I think that my past experience is going to be a asset to the district, in that I have previous superintendent experience. I felt like 3 years ago, before I had any superintendent experience, I had quite a bit of knowledge from my director of special education role and being on the cabinet in Bemidji, with that role there. But the experience that I've had over the last 3 years, I just can't tell you how much I've learned. And every day, you learn new things and you grow. And so that's been very helpful. But like I said, even prior to stepping into my first role as a superintendent, I had some great experiences as director of special education in a fairly large district, in a smallish district, and then also all of my teaching experience, having taught students from kindergarten through 12th grade, mostly special education with a little bit of 6 years of regular ed in second grade in there, having the transition coordinator experience. I think all of those experiences combine to make me an excellent candidate for this position.
Okay, thanks, Stephanie.
Okay, we have 30 minutes left, 30 minutes left.
Thanks, Vanna. Okay, thanks, Dave. Last question. What questions do you have for us?
Well, as I've reflected on this position, I think I am very, very excited about the potential. I think the one piece that makes me the most nervous, because I haven't experienced it, is the virtual school. So anything that you can tell me in regards to how the superintendent currently interacts with the principals of the school, of the virtual school, and how how to help the students, anything that you've observed over the years, I would be interested to hear.
Well, one thing is you've got a good crew, a good, administration team and teachers in the online program. And they talk pretty much, I believe, every day in some aspect, one or another. We have, as far as the board is concerned, we have an online school, committee that talks over anything, what's happening, what's changes, what we're looking for. Superintendent usually gives us an update on kids, how many kids are in the school, how many we lost. I think as a superintendent, the team that we have in place right now, and there's others that could speak to this, is really amazing. Angela has been on with us for the whole thing since the beginning of online. John's been there for a long time. We've picked up a couple other people that have helped out with them, and the teachers, a lot of them have been there a long time. So as far as getting to know the online program, I think you would have a lot of support in that aspect. And of course, the existing superintendent right now, Corinne, would probably help you out in that way. Since you'd be more of a head of schools person. So Mimi, you or anybody else want to bring up some more stuff on that?
Yeah, it's a managed school. So the whole system is set up. And so you're really the head of school for the online school, but I'll echo what Tom said. We have some amazing teachers, amazing leadership over there. So I'm going to oversimplify it and say it really runs itself. And I'm sure Angela will laugh at that because I'm sure it's blood, sweat running it. But from a board perspective, we help kind of set the direction, and we've created some new programs, and we're always trying to make improvements. So Angela will bring improvements to our superintendent. They'll be discussed with the online committee. We want, our goals are the same for the kids in our online school as they are in our brick and mortar school. So we want them all to be successful, and we want to give them opportunities and be the best online school.
Now, at the last interview, it was mentioned that the students in the district can sometimes take like a class, like maybe an AP class, like a foreign language that wouldn't be offered in the brick and mortar school. Can students from other districts do that as well? Or is that something just for resident district or resident students?
So if you're in the high school, you can take individual classes. For elementary and middle school, you really need to sign up full time. My son is in 8th grade and he is taking a few classes, but that's because he goes to our school. But yeah, in the high school, you can just take a couple classes and still go to your school if it's outside of our district.
Okay. And then would you know how like that works as far as funding? Like, it's probably different. It's not the whole,
They have
Yeah.
they did know they have so many seats or desks set aside
Mhm.
for us that we can fill those slots. And like Tom had mentioned last time, the foreign language is something that we're very limited on site to where we have a broad online, so a lot of kids take advantage of that. But were you asking about just our district or other schools in the area?
I was curious. Yeah, it sounds like, for what Mimi said, other area like high schoolers who could attend a class, like if they wanted to take French and French wasn't offered at their high school. That was my understanding. They
I
could.
think, well,
Yeah.
there's some schools that we have a collaborative with, but I'll let Tom go into the details.
Okay.
No, thanks, Josh. Yeah.
I'll take it, Tom, if you want. Yeah, we get funding for that. But this is the thing, we have people on the call that they're probably cringing with our answers because we normally let them speak. So I apologize if we're saying the wrong thing, but yeah, if they were to take like 6 classes in their own school and 1 class online with MNVA, like 1/7 would come. I mean, I'm way oversimplifying, but we would get a portion of their funding.
Yeah.
Okay, I got
Yeah,
it.
we've had classes around us, the schools around us that a few years back, we had like one whole, for example, 9th grade class take English through our online program. We've had, people take languages because again, a lot of schools don't have that available to them. So it's part of it as far as the true number, the amount of money we received. Like Mimi said, she was oversimplifying it. It's a percentage. So that would have to go through Gwen. She's a guru. Gene, you have something there?
Yeah, in terms of the finance on that, we do get the money for the student. The district doesn't. We're working on legislation to try to say that the district should also be able to get some money, even though they're taking this, because of advantage. So there's some legislation going on in that. But it's very similar to us having ESEO students that go and take college courses. The college gets that funding, and we don't get that funding.
Okay.
Answer your question, Stephanie?
Yes, thank you. Thank you. So I really am curious in regards to especially, board member perspectives as far as the things that you find most appealing and the strengths of the district, as well as the things that you would like to see the superintendent address that are concerns.
Does anybody want to start? I mean, last time we talked about strengths, it went around the room here. Because we do have, I feel, our biggest strength, I feel, at our school, and I talk about it all the time, is our teachers. We've got a very, very good teacher core. Teachers are phenomenal. You kind of picked up on some of the stuff. They're very caring. The kids do very well. We just have a lot of positive energy, I feel, at our school as a whole. But there's a lot more to talk about. I'm going to let others talk about it. Mark, you had your arm up?
Well, I'll kind of echo what I said from the last candidate, right? Is I think that the Houston School District, I think us as a board, we're trying to, and I'm fairly new to the board, so I can't speak in great detail, but I can give some general overview. And I think that we're fairly innovative in how we're trying to come up with coursework for the kids to keep them engaged, as well as, we were in Thompson, before too, that, we did, as far as the online school platform, the virtual platform, or one, if not the first, one of the first to get in the state. So we're trying to stay on the cusp of those things for the kids. And I think, we want to continue to do that. So that's definitely a strength. As far as some of the weaknesses, I'll have to kind of give it to some of the other board members that have been around a little bit longer than me. But
Anybody else want to bring up? I mean, I guess a lot of it is we have a lot of strengths. And Richard's going to talk about a few right now. Go ahead, Richard.
Yeah, like Tom was saying, that our staff that we have is really, really good, top to bottom, from pre-K all the way through 12. The way they work with the students, the way they help with the students, the way if they see kids struggling and stuff, are, from what I've seen and stuff as a parent, as a school board member, they try to help these kids early on when they start seeing trouble, instead of waiting until they're failing before they start to offer help. And as a parent with 2 kids with IEPs, so I'm been a little bit more involved in talking with teachers and the special ed teachers and stuff from our IEPs. They just really care about the students. They really want the students to succeed. They want them to be able to go out in the world when they graduate and be able to be helpful to the community and everything as a whole. They want the kids' input from different meetings we've had with the kids as they've gotten into the high school, with the special ed teachers and stuff. They want the kids to come to be involved with helping set their plans to how they want to get through high school and what they want to do. So I just really feel that the teachers really do a good job, and the paras and everybody really does a good job of pushing and helping these students to be really good and help the community when they graduate.
I think, Stephanie, like what you're trying to say, it's hard to, I'm sure there are some things that we need to work on. But when you look at the examples of, well, for this year, we had the state basketball team in the first time go to state. The girls basketball team go to state first time in, I think, forever. We have a Blue Ribbon elementary school. Our high school has been one of the top schools in the state of Minnesota numerous times on the U.S. News Report. We talked about MNVA. Not only is MNVA one of the early birds as far as online learning, but during COVID, they helped, and I don't know if I mentioned this to you, I know I mentioned it to one of the other candidates. They helped other schools in the state of Minnesota with the transition of going from brick. What do we need to do to have a distance learning environment in our school? They helped a lot of other schools with that. So with all that being said, I'm sure there's some things that we need to work on, but I feel that we're doing a lot in our school positive because of what we have as far as our teacher and our administration. So, but I'm sure there's some other things that need to be worked on. So does anybody, maybe you have something?
Yeah, just thinking about a couple of things that we need to work on. One of them is strategic planning. We've been really trying, but COVID really kind of got us off track. It was, just do the best we can. So we need to dive back into strategic planning here soon. And then another thing is just marketing and like our website. We've talked about a new website and software to better communicate with kids and things like that. So that's another area that we were beginning to focus on. And I think we're trying again, COVID has kind of got us off track on some of those things, but those are some things that are kind of on our wish list to spend some more time working on.
Arlene, you had something you want to bring up?
Yeah, Stephanie, I think you had pointed out what are our strengths, and then you wanted to know what areas that would be beneficial for you to help on. Strengths, of course, you've heard it from the other board members. Our teaching staff is excellent, and that's probably the strongest thing that we have going. Another factor that's really beneficial, and I mentioned it earlier this evening, students feel totally inclusive at Houston. When a student comes in from another school, they're very much accepted here, where you aren't in every school that you go into. And I think that's been a positive. Now that deserves the credit of our teachers and our administrators, and on top of that, of our students. But you did ask what areas would maybe be an area that you need to help work on. And I think One of the areas is that our community has constantly lost businesses, therefore our tax base is very high. When it comes up at the end of each year, when we have to revisit the taxes, there is some concern of the citizens in the community that why are my taxes high? So I think that's an ongoing thing that many administrators have to address as to, why is it really that high? And those kind of questions, they're common everywhere. They're not just at Houston, but I think that's an ongoing preparation that you have to have.
Thank you.
Answer most of your questions, Stephanie?
Yeah, I just wanted to, well, I do have one more question. I wanted to comment a little bit on what Mimi said. In regards to the website and marketing, something that we're doing at Iowa Grant is we're just switching to Apogee, which is a website designer, and they have they can do it at any state. It doesn't matter what state you're in. And with that, we're actually going to have an app so that like we're going to encourage all of the families and the community to get our Iowa Grant app, and then they can have like the lunch menu will be really accessible, and then it'll also be a communication tool that I think will be really helpful. So whether you go with me or a different candidate, hopefully it's me, I would really encourage Apogee. I've been very impressed with the process that we've gone through in setting that up. It won't be up and running till later this spring. The one other question I did have is, any of you aware of plans for the ESSER funds? You've got like 3 rounds of what I call COVID funding. The first one was pretty big. Then the second one was like more than double that. And then the third one is giant. Any knowledge about what your district is doing with those funds?
Somebody want to speak on that? I know we have some projects in the works as far as updating some of our air quality in our building. We have our facility committee. We always, as Mimi mentioned earlier in a conversation, one of the candidates, we're always looking to enhance our school in a lot of different ways. And air quality is one of the things we've been working on. We got one section of our school left, and then we should be up to speed. And it's a few $1 million project. Also, there's some people that would like to see a auditorium or, something built onto our school. So we always got things that are in the books for his planning, adding to our, you have to have it in the books. Otherwise, if the money becomes available, they give it to the people that have it out there. And our facility committee always has something on there that they would like to add. So anybody else have anything else want to add to that?
I'm just looking at it was discussed in tonight's board meeting before the call. It looks like that we have tentative numbers for ESSER 3. And it says we were one of 30% of schools who have fully utilized round 1 funds. So, but we have a tentative number of what we were expected to receive, and we'll know more.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I do not have any other questions. I just really want to thank all of you for having me for this final round of interviews. I'm very interested in the position. And I hope that you find that my what I've had to share with you today and on Tuesday match your needs. And I look forward to working with you.
Hey, thanks a lot for coming back again tonight. We appreciate it. And we'll
Thank
be.
you.
Okay.
Have
Bye-bye.
a good.
Thank you.
Okay, everybody, you guys all know the drill. What time is it? Dave, we got about.
Yeah, we have to reconvene by about 7:58 or so.
Okay.
Next one is 8 o'clock.
Okay. So get your scorecard filled out and we'll see you guys about 8. Did you guys get that email from Corinne, Mimi, Jean? Josh, did you get that email from Corinne? Hey, Barb.
There.
Jeff. Oh,
Okay. Thank you. I just want to make sure we got it.
Maria is on the meeting. I wasn't on the very beginning, but Maria is an MSBA employee and she's doing the stakeholder summaries for us, which is why you see her on here. But I'm trying to send those to you as we get them because there's a lot in there. Rather than holding all of them till right before the deliberations, I thought you might want to use time between interviews to start reading those. So the first candidate summary is in your inbox from Corinne. And thanks, Maria, for doing that.
Yep. All right, as you said, everybody, you guys all got that thing from Corinne, correct? Mimi shaking. Josh, I believe, got it. Yep. Eugene, Richard, you get it?
Yeah, that was the first candidate's
Yep.
audience comments, right? Yeah,
Right.
I got that.
Okay, Harlan, you got them already? Okay,
Yep, I got it.
okay, good. What, do we got a couple minutes yet, Dave?
Yeah, about a minute and a half, about that, yeah.
So, so following this interview, we're gonna, the numbers that will be put together from our survey and then the stakeholder survey, and then we'll collaborate. And is that the gist of it, Dave?
Yeah.
Yes, there'll be a break in that, during that break time, we'll finish the EMD forms plus the audience forms. So, and then we'll come back and take a review of those two things, plus Tom will do his reference review and then some deliberation. Barb will probably lead that portion of it.
Would we be privy, obvious, I'm assuming that any references are gonna be in line. We'd be privy to any exceptions before we deliberate, right?
I'm not sure I understand your question, Josh.
Well, when you say references, we're assuming everything clears and everything is solid. I mean, we'd want to know if there was anything that wasn't in line.
Right, and that's what Tom will tell you.
Yep. Tom will
Okay.
share with you the results of his reference calls, but he won't go into great detail on them. He'll primarily share the strengths that the references shared, and if there are any significant concerns, I advise Tom to wait and see how the conversation is going, and if it's heading in a direction where it might be useful to share any concerns, but otherwise, typically the reference call report focuses on the positive things that folks said about those candidates. Did that answer your question, Josh?
Couldn't have said
it
it.
did.
Okay, we can
Okay.
go ahead, Tom.
Okay, Corinne, you want to let Marion? Welcome back, Mary.
Thank you.
Yep. Good evening.
Good evening.
Thanks for taking the time, second time, to answer some questions.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Yep. So we'll kind of just jump right in if that's okay with you.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll start off. Since your first interview, is there anything you wish you had told us? In addition, is there anything you did speak to in your first interview but wish to elaborate on further?
Well, we always think about that afterwards, don't we? Like I should have said, or I could have said. So thank you for giving me that opportunity. I started a few things even before seeing the questions. So this is wonderful that I get that second opportunity to share with all of you. I think one of the things I want to start off with is we talked about strategic planning. And I just wanted to highlight just a few things that I've been involved in, because strategic planning is not just about one thing. There are several components of strategic planning. And the first, as an educational leader, I always think is making sure that student achievement is always at the forefront. Even when all of you were talking and sharing what you were so proud of in your district, student achievement was one of those things that was highlighted from the school board members when you shared with me. So I think that that's important to continue to do that. And hand in hand with that student achievement is providing that professional development that goes along with it to make sure that the teachers are prepared to make sure that the students achieve at the highest level. As we know, education is always changing, and we want to make sure that we're aligned with our goals and that we're providing that professional development that impacts that student achievement. One of the best things that I have done as a leader is provide that professional development by teachers themselves, by holding and hosting innovative technology. Some of your teachers, I know for a fact, have come to different districts that I've worked at, even having PLCs where our counselors, so Houston County put together a counselor group in which they met monthly, and we all took turns hosting it. So you would host it in Houston, we hosted it at everything, but that professional development always impacts that student achievement. The second part of that strategic planning, I always think, is the community partnerships. Done a lot of work. I mentioned some of it, but want to continue those community partnerships that we formed in the Bluff County Collaborative with businesses, with area leaders, with the chambers, and also with the colleges. I think that that's something that we can continue to grow. Have done a lot of work and want to continue to do that. And as we all know, mental health and wellness is something that is something we need to be aware of and take care of. And I think one of your questions later on kind of lends itself to that. So making sure that we have a strategic plan in place to support our students and our staff and all of you in the community, and how can we do that? And as we all know, technology and innovation is always changing, and having a strategic plan that meets regularly to continue to grow that, I think, is really important. With that strategic plan, I think it's important that, I know I stated a lot, but we need to set those goals. We need to put into play actions, and then we need to make sure that we have the resources that are available for our teachers, like I talked about earlier. And then making sure it's actionable, reliable, and understandable, so everybody can understand the direction that we're going. And I think the community needs to understand where we're going to. As the taxpayers, I think that that's very, very an important piece. So that's a big one. That's a big one that I wanted to touch on, because I think it's a huge part of my role and responsibility as a superintendent. The other two things I wanted to highlight that I didn't get a chance to touch on, or I maybe did a little bit, but have been an active member of HVED, very familiar with that component of our special education, worked hand in hand with Deb for many years, worked with her also as a teacher when she was in Hayfield, when I was in Blooming Prairie. So know the ins and outs of HVED, and I think that I could bring that to the district. The other area that I think is really positive is just knowing all the administrators. I know all the administrators on every side of us, and I'm not afraid to reach out to them and build those partnerships, as well as with the colleges, met with the heads of colleges. And I think that those partnerships at both Southeast Tech and at Viterbo and at Winona State, I think that those are things that I can bring. I already have those connections, and I can bring an added value to Houston Public Schools. So thank you for giving me the opportunity, but those are three things that I touched a little bit upon, but I'm fortunate to share a little bit more with you tonight.
Okay, thanks. So we'll have Mimi start off the next one.
How will you keep the school board informed about what is happening in the school district?
I think the first thing that we will do in that first days together is I will be meeting with all of you. I think that's where we need to start and where we need to go. Develop how that communication is going to look within that plan. I definitely think that weekly communication is very needed, as well as board communication for school board meetings, how we want those protocols to run, how we want those agendas All those things will be done within that first 30 days, just to make sure that we're consistent. And I want to make sure that I meet all of your needs. Like I talked about earlier, it might be where some people's needs are a little bit different, and they might just say, hey, Mary, do you have time for a phone call? Could we do that at this time? This is my day where I'm driving to, let's say, Laverne or wherever they might be driving to pick up something or whatever their job is. So making sure we do that. And then, as we know, things can change all the time. And there are times where I'm going to have to make phone calls to all of you because an event came or happened or something did. And I just would want you to all be in the know before we had to make a decision. And so if there's something that arose, I would call and then we would communicate with everybody. I think that that's an important piece too. Whatever we communicate with one, I communicate with all. So maybe we had a conversation about something, you and I, maybe, but then I would want to communicate with the rest of the school board too, for them to be kept in the loop as well.
Yeah, I can appreciate that as a board member. My question would be, how do you respond and personally deal with criticism?
We're criticized a lot in the public. I mean, we're public employees, so that does happen. I think that the first thing with criticism is you have to understand their why. There's usually a why behind why something is being criticized. Is it valid? Is the statement that the people are criticizing, is it valid? And if it is valid, then how do we make changes needed to correct that criticism? This happens. Communication, if something wasn't clear, having to go back and correct it. And it's okay to say, I'm sorry if that was misunderstood, and here's how I would correct it. And there are some times that it may not be, that criticism may not be valid. And that happens too, but I would want to make sure that we are informed and we would talk to each other as members of the school board and with myself of that criticism. And also, this is where your network comes into play. This is where knowing the area, knowing the local administrators around you, making sure that we can make those criticisms. Is it something that's just happening in Houston? Is it something that's happening in the area? Is it something that's happening in the state of Minnesota? And talking to others in those support systems. And then this is where that mental health kind of comes into place. You have to take care of yourself too. And I think that finding that balance of making sure you take care of yourself is important too. And having that network around you and those professionals will help with that as well.
Okay, Jean?
What kind of authority do you give to your administration team, and how do you hold them accountable?
Well, I think the first thing that we would do after all of us met is I would meet with all my administrators too, and where do we need to grow from here? And making sure that we set goals, just like I will set goals with all of you, where you want me to go as a superintendent. I would do the same thing for the administration. Where do we want to go and how do we make sure? I also think that it's very important to have those, just like we would have those weekly communications, to have those weekly admin meetings where we make sure that we are all on the same page. I want to give them, and everybody's a little bit different. Just think of you, even as parents, everybody's a little bit different in what's things that they want to know about and what's things that they think you can go with this. An example would be just the other day, my superintendent said to me, you don't need to let me know about that, Mary. That's something you can just take care of. So I just want to make sure he was in the communication. I always err on the side of caution, right? Just like I would always err on the side of caution with all of you and communicate. And you might go, no, you got it, Mary. We trust you. So I would always err on the side of that, but I think it's important to set those goals, to have those weekly communications. And if corrective, if there's things that need to be changed or corrected, we would have those discussions and set goals and put a plan in place to do that. And then holding them accountable is having those meetings. It's right now I have my teachers set goals at the beginning of the year. We meet and we discuss them. We review where we at in January and we come back. And right now I'm doing every single staff. I've been meeting with every single staff here in the month of April and May, and I will have met 3 times with each staff, just where our goals where are we at? Because we just, that accountability piece is important to maintain part of that strategic plan and the goals that you have set forth for your district.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Mary. I've got a question for you. How have you been involved in using technology in administration and instructional programs?
You were a little, so I'm going to read the question here.
Yeah. I've got a bad cold tonight, so that's probably why. Yes. How have you been involved in using technology in administration and instructional programs?
Well, technology has become it's in our hands every single day. I think it's allowed us an opportunity to connect with the world at large. Personally, most recently, what I've been using technology, I'm a university supervisor right now. I have 8 student teachers, and I also am mentoring 4 administrators that are becoming principals as well. So technology has been something that I have been able to join virtual classrooms, have those discussions, making sure that using those evaluative tools and doing all of that. I have also been working with Equity Alliance out of Rochester, and how do we make sure that our curriculum and the things that we are doing instructionally and for the climate and culture our building are adequate. And so it's wonderful to have people from Duluth be part of that discussion, and Rochester and Minneapolis, and you can pull those people in with technology. As instruction, also just different designs, like having different engineering and being able to have that and add that within those classes of metal and design and art, and you could just tie so many different things. I think technology is something that's ever growing. We had competitions with, you program your Sphero and you make it through an obstacle course. So have had lots of experience to see masters of the teaching profession is amazing to me. I just called a 5th grade mom the other day, and I said to her, I said, you do know you're going to have an engineer or some sort of IT person on your hand. And she says, well, why do you say that? I said, because any job, if anybody is struggling, any teacher, any student, he's like, let's go, I can fix it. Let's problem solve. So he's always wanting to fix it and do it. So many different experiences from evaluation to instruction to just being part of everyday life and communication. I guess that would be the other level of communication and sharing your stories and marketing your district through technology as well. So those would be the areas.
Thank you, Mary.
Thank you. I'm sorry you have a cold.
Well, welcome back, Mary.
Thank you.
How do you prepare the school board to make a decision on a politically sensitive or controversial issue?
The best thing to do is to do the research. It kind of goes back to what I talked a little bit about the other night with the equity, making sure that decision, how is it going to impact us? How is it going to impact the people around us? I had a discussion with the head of all the principals today in the state of Minnesota, and he just asked me the question. He goes, if you make that decision, Mary, what are the political ramifications of that going to be? And so he talked through, and then we talked through multiple questions as well. And like today, I reached out to 2 different sources just to say, if I do this, what's next? And just asking those questions and just being as informed as possible. And then my job is to inform all of you. You're going to have to make a decision as a school board. So I want you to be as informed as possible. And I want you to know how the staff feels about this, how the students feel about it. I want to gather that knowledge as well too, because I think that that's really important. And I value even the alumni, that community, that those other groups outside too. So making sure that we're gathering as much input in order to make the best decision possible, I think is important. And like I said, reaching out to those outside resources the people at the state level and the federal level that can help us out too.
Thank you.
Thank you.
How do you maintain a collaborative relationship with the staff, parents, school board, and community?
Well, I think this starts off with one of the questions that you asked from last time was about teamwork, right? And being collaborative. I think you need to continue to have teamwork and be collaborative, being visible, being out and part of it, communicating with all the people that are impacted. Examples of this might be student groups and how can those student groups impact something. One of the things, I had a student group and it was how can we make the world kind of a better place? That was kind of our mission. And one of the things that we did is when you were building your park down in Houston, we spent time and we came down in a van and helped build when we were constructing all those little pieces. We did the same thing when Rushford Peterson built their school, and we became kind of playground experts. We also went over to Mabel Canton and helped plant trees. So I think that it's important that you are out there and you're doing whatever it is for the betterment of society, of your school, of your community. And if the students and the teachers and the community see you doing that, it just makes a culture that is so beneficial for everybody.
My question is, how would you evaluate the effectiveness of your our current administrative team? If you would feel some realignment was necessary, how would you go about making a change?
Can I ask a question or not? You can tell me no if it's not. By realignment, is it realignment because of deficiency of performance or realignment because of budgetary, or do you just want me to kind of answer it generally?
I'm not sure exactly.
Barb, you're muted. General terms, I would say.
Okay.
If you could just take a crack at it with how you interpret the question without any follow-up from the board, that would be great.
Okay.
Thanks, Mary.
Thank you. I'm going to reread it here. Let's just start with the evaluative process. I think having that process, kind of like I talked about earlier, in place is important. Setting those goals that match the strategic plan, I think is very, very important. And then the other component that is so important is making sure that it is something that's measurable. Not just like, hey, I want to get better at this. What does that look like, right? We want to make sure that our goals are measurable and we can have that success, and we want to be able to evaluate that. Right now, teacher efficacy is something that I want to make sure that my teachers know that I value them. And then what does that look like? So we kind of concentrate on 5 components. So I think the same thing is true. If me being in the next roll up, which would be the superintendent, I would want to do the same thing for my principals and help them and guide them. I'm going to answer it 2 ways. If things needed to be done because of budgetary, there's many times where I've taken on additional roles or had to realign staff because of budgetary reasons, right? So sometimes administration, as we know, is on the upper end of pay. And so how do we realign that? And then how does that impact then the rest of the building? Is that something we think we can do? We would have to do that. And then hopefully it is, if we got to, maybe it's a fiscal thing, then we got back to a place where maybe we could add, or as enrollment grew or whatever. So fiscally, I would say that. As far as performance, I always want to be a coach. If it was something with that administration where it was performance, I would want to coach them and get them to a place and provide them professional development and things to get better. And I'm a realist, and I know sometimes we can do that and things still don't get better. Then we have those conversations of, how could we look at something else, or, to move on to and have those conversations and do it in a way that is respectful. And we all have talents, and maybe that talent isn't I remember going from 8th grade to 3rd grade, and my superintendent looked at me, he goes, "How's it going, Mary?" And I just really said, "I believe my talents lie in upper grade levels." That's all I said to him. So we would just need to find a talent that they worked at, and if it were something performance, and try and get them moved in that direction. And hopefully that answers it kind of 2 different ways, because I think it could be interpreted 2 different ways.
Yeah, absolutely. My question for you this evening is, tell us about any unique trends you see currently happening in special education.
I would say there's two things that I kind of see happening in special education. The first is definitely the social emotional, the anxiety, the social things that are happening. I see that is more of a need. And I go back to making sure that we have as many caring adults as possible. One of the things when we started our partnership with Winona State, it was for our special education program. And when I met with the head of the college, I just said, how can we get more caring adults within our school? And are you willing to help us out and work with us? And Winona State was very gracious and said, yeah, what can we do? So we networked with the professors, the head of education, our superintendent, our principals, and our teachers. And we developed, and we went to training, and we were all trained in co-teaching strategies. But the end result was every classroom that had a student teacher had the gen ed teacher, a regular student teacher that was going into general education of some sort, whether it be Spanish or elementary ed or science or whatever it was. And then we had a special education teacher. And then we also had another special education student teacher. So now a classroom with 1 adult becomes a classroom with four adults. And at first it was a little bit of a struggle. We had a little bit of a struggle because some of those veteran teachers, to them, that was just too much. And, their IEP goal said, we have to do this. But what we have to do, it's best for kids. And so and our growth was amazing. And they're still doing it today, and they continue to do that. So I think that's one idea. I got to go back to the question. I get going so passionate about it. Oh, and another unique trend that I see, so just finding supports. So I see that social emotional support. Right now, my superintendent gave me permission to hire a behavior specialist as well, to help with those needs within our building, and just providing those supports. The more caring adults we have to work and be those professionals about that social emotional learning, I think is important. So I think that's a trend. I also see dyslexia, and kind of that's something that you added to your policy last summer probably. And what is your universal screener, and then how are you going to screen after that universal screener? And I think the reason why Minnesota put it into a policy is because we are misdiagnosing and underdiagnosing kids with dyslexia. So what are some strategies we can do right now? Just so you know, if any of your teachers are interested, there's a free training through Rochester Public Schools. It's just a little 5 hours and online training. They can do it at their own pace, but just kind of help with some strategies and being able to recognize that and do it. Special education is always changing, and there's always needs there. But that's an area where if you find out their why and you find out what they're valued and want, you can continue to grow. I've been blessed to work with some of your special education teachers over the years as well, and you have some awesome ones there, and also with Summit Learning. I think you guys have, some of my kids were there, and I got to be at the table with all of your special education teachers, and they do a great job. So those are the changes I see.
Okay, Mary, as superintendent, how would you establish partnerships or build existing partnerships with the business community to support the school district?
I think this is multi-leveled. So 5 years ago, maybe, Todd, myself, La Crescent, and I think, and that was Jake from Rushford Peterson. We started this work. We started this partnership with the state of Minnesota. What programs do we have in place? What can we continue to offer? We built a network of, we wrote a couple grants. We wrote 2 or 3. We didn't get all of them, and some of them I think we did. And we built like a master resource. So a lot of times businesses are afraid to work with students or have that partnership because they don't know what they're supposed to teach them. So if you're not a naturally born teacher, that's kind of hard. So we had those conversations. What does this look like? What are the expectations? What's the evaluation system? And we put a lot of that legwork and policy together. I would always meet with the local businesses and say, who are you? I mean, the kids that I worked with and the businesses I worked with, some of those kids are still working within the businesses of the areas and finding out what the needs are, reaching out, what are their needs? And then do we have students? And then this is the second part of this is what are the students interested in as well? And then trying to find that alignment. And then I think you also need to look kind of demographically and geographically, what are our needs going to be, not just right now and immediately, but 5 years down the road, 10 years down the road, and hopefully provide those partnerships and programming in place to continue to build that. And I do it with going face to face and meeting and introducing myself. Hey, I'm Mary Moore. I'm superintendent of Houston Public Schools. So excited to continue our partnership that you've already started. How can we help that and continue to grow? I think that that's a huge component, and I know they did a lot of work, and the superintendents have already done a lot of work in this, and I would want to continue to grow that based on the needs. And then the other thing that we have to think about is how do we get back to this after COVID, right? Some businesses may have been scared or had to cut back, and then how do we continue to build back? That piece I think will be a huge job that we'll have to tackle, but I think one that will be a good one to do.
Mary, here's my question. We're looking for a leader who has a record of involvement and visibility in both the school district and the community. Provide us with examples of how you will be involved, visible, approachable, and accessible in our district.
You may be better off just reading it out right there.
I got it because I'm smarter tonight too. I have dual screens. I have them both pulled up, so I'm looking at it as well. We are looking for a leader who has a record of involvement and visibility, both the school district and the communities. Provide us with examples of how you will be involved, visible, approachable, and accessible in our district and communities. The first thing that I think is it goes back to that last question, and definitely being out there and involved with the businesses and showing your face and advertising like, hey, the first thing I would do is make a welcome video like, hey, I'm here, share on social media. Just like Krins is on the left-hand side of your Facebook right now, I would take and like, this is a new, putting that out in other sorts of media, making sure that they know that I am here. I'm here to help and support you. Tell them who I am. What my why is. I think that they need to know who you are too, so that they can approach you and they can make that connection. A lot of times they just want something to make that connection with. I think working with the chamber, I think that's important, getting out in the businesses. Even last night, there's a chamber meeting, like being at that chamber meeting, showing your care, you're interested and invested. I think inviting them into the school, see what you have going on, to celebrate the successes. We had a community spirit day where we've delivered meals and gifts and caroling and arts in the park, and we would sing at the nursing home, and we would just be as involved as possible. So that was a group I was part of, if those of you are familiar with it, community spirit. We also had a truancy partnership, and you may not think that that's that big a deal, but we had a Houston County truancy partnership, and we started that together probably about 5 years ago, and we took turns and we worked with a judge and what do we need for our students to make them accountable and make sure that we are having that high attendance and high graduation rate, so we continue to do that. I think being out there, for different things, being guest speakers. I've done many different guest speakers at different businesses. They want to come. They need team building. Maybe they need some innovation they want to share. I am willing to go and speak about that. I'm on the stage every 2 times a year at Winona State, representing educators and talking to young people about how to interview and get ready and prepared. I was on the Viterbo board. I think that that's huge, to continue to be, and volunteer your time. I think that that's important. So not just the community of Houston, but the community at large. I was also a state representative for our professional development as administrators. What does that look like to continue to grow our administrators and professional development? I think as involved as you can. I was also part of MREA and different changes and things that we can do to make it better. The area that I would like to continue to kind of work on with this would be definitely the involvement at the state and legislative level as the superintendent. I haven't had that opportunity to do that much with that face-to-face, but something I would love the legislators to know what's going on. I have invited them into school board meetings and had them share the great things we have going on in our school. So I think that's another way. Just in the approachable is just being friendly, having that friendly smile and saying my door is always open, and answering the phone when they call, and taking time to validate and sit down and listen to everybody. Everybody's idea is important. Everybody's idea is valid. And if they know that you care that much to listen to everybody, you will earn their trust. And our job as a school board and as superintendent becomes very, very easy for us to move our district forward.
Okay, a little bit less than 30 minutes. You see that? 30 minutes? Okay.
Got it.
Got
Thanks.
it. Yeah.
All right. So upon review of the Houston Public Schools hiring criteria, Mary, is there anything about your past work experience that you would like to highlight for us?
I want to ask a question. What would you else like to know? What would I like to highlight? I truly believe that everybody in this world, our youth especially, has a passion and a desire and a why, and they know it at a very early age. And my true thought is that I want an education system where every student knows that, and that we provide the resources and the teaching and the opportunities through technology or through real time or however it's going to look, to make sure that we prepare kids for the world beyond Houston Public Schools. And that's really my why, and that's why I'm here. That's why I'm in a superintendent application position right now. And I want a district that wants to do that. And what excites me so much about Houston is I think it has all those components in it. This last year and a half has taught us that we can do so many more things than what we're doing, and to have different options and different plans, and to really personalize learning for every student excites me. And I think that you have the foundation and the blocks already laid, and I can continue to grow with you. So that part makes me so excited about what Houston has to offer and the people. And when I talked with all of you at the end and we had that natural conversation, and I could hear and feel the passion about your own children, the children that are within your district. And I think Mimi, I don't remember if it was you, you said, I will challenge our school to any school in the nation at any point. And to me, that's like the most exciting thing, that you're that proud. And I would love to be the leader of a district that is that proud of who they are. And I've personally worked in your district many different times. I was just there this fall again with a student teacher. So I think I bring that component of already having that network and foundation. And I think we could even get it to grow even further.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so the last question is, what questions do you have for us? I get to ask that every night.
Aren't you a lucky guy?
Yep.
So how do you feel we can best market and grow the school district of Houston?
To me, I mean, just to make sure that everybody in the area or in the state understands what we have to offer in all of our programs, whether it be through our online system, our brick and mortar system, the kids that we've educated and where they're at today, to brag about it. You know, that's my thoughts always is, you know, you want to brag about what you have, and you want to brag about it to everybody. So anybody else have other thoughts there?
Yeah, I'll touch on that a little bit. Sorry, Gene. But yeah, I'd say it's kind of a lot of what you said, Mary. I think, you know, it's being visible. I mean, as a district, really just trying to get involved. And I think you touched on a lot of things that were pretty interesting to me as far as, you know, ways to kind of get out there. I mean, as a business, you know, getting out there and networking and things of that nature, you know, comes is something that I do, or I think a lot of us do, but never really think about that with the school as so much. At least I haven't. So I think some of the ideas that you shared is kind of interesting, just becoming much more visible with not just the area, but maybe the state, and maybe even, you know, on a grander scale than that, you know, if it comes to that. So, but yeah, that's my thoughts.
Yeah, I was going to say in terms of communication, of communicating with everything, they have a good website and good visibility, but being transparent on there. And one thing, the way we communicate is with our graduates. I mean, they come back, we have hoedown. Hoedown is more than a party on it for a lot. It's when all the graduates come back together and sharing their thoughts and needs and everything. It's just a community effort, bringing the school back together. We open up the school for them, let them see the school system again. They go in there and say, there's my picture on the wall and everything else. And they're just so proud of the district.
I look at this from the perspective of having been a coach for 40 years. And we as coaches are extremely proud of the kids that graduate and they go on and become big successes in their own world. I think as a coach, once you're done coaching and then you see the successes that these kids go on and become, that's a real thrill. And I think we don't probably promote that as much as we could at our high school level. I mean, I pointed out the other night, 3 of these board members I taught in school. And I'm proud of what they've become and where their lives have taken them. And I think we need to do that with, you know, the other graduates that we have in the school district as they go on and they become successes too. And I don't know that we do that as much. And I think there we're open to suggestions and ideas as to how can we do that a little bit better.
One of the things, Pete, and it doesn't have to be an athlete, one of the things we started last year at Triton was a Hall of Fame. And we're starting to do kind of a wraparound. And then we have a committee, very alumni, school board, teachers, whoever wants to be part of that committee. And then we vote in those Hall of Famers, and then we acknowledge them throughout the fall, winter, and spring sports as well. We also did this in Blooming Prairie, where my grandma was like a one-room schoolhouse teacher. She started off in Blooming Prairie teaching at Magnuson Schoolhouse, right? And then ended up the end of her career in the district office. And even though grandma had passed, she was one of the Hall of Famers, and I got to take that award as a fellow teacher after that for her. But just acknowledging, I think those people who give to you, I think would be really cool. The other thing that you mentioned too is one of the things to kind of publicize that, like where they are. We did a career fair. We invited all the people back, and one of my teachers was like, I don't know if this is going to go, Mary. You have too many businesses in the building. This is just going to be, but it went very successfully. And then afterwards, she's like, do you know that like 55 of those 88 businesses that we had here in the building, Mary, do you know that I had them as students? And so that was kind of another way to kind of celebrate that. That was a cool way. So some of those ideas that you were talking about, Pete, that I've done would be kind of cool to add.
Hey, other questions, Mary, or does somebody else want to jump in there? I guess nobody wants to say anything. Mary, you have any questions?
The only other one is, you kind of talked about innovation. So what other innovative ways have you been looking for or wanting to improve? And has there been any talk with like the colleges and partnering? Like I know you have, someone can help me out. You have like the different, a Minnesota Virtual, like different specific job areas that they can like almost get a certificate in. So has there been any talk with partnering with colleges to build that component so they could get kind of those dual credits, or is there any innovative ways?
Mimi, you look like you're about ready to say something.
Yeah, again, we have experts on the call that could answer this so much better than I can, but yes, I think we're exploring all of that. I'm not sure at which stage it's in, but yeah, we have a couple different destination career academies, unless the name has recently changed. That was the name. And so we're building out different areas where the kids can earn a certificate. And I believe we're trying to work out in some of those areas with colleges as well. We do have a person in MNBA who is who actively is building out that area and working on partnerships.
Is there any other innovative ways or things that you're wanting to improve? I mean, that was just one idea that I wanted to ask a little bit further about, but anything else that anybody is wanting to add to that?
I think there's probably things that we would like to do, but being a small school, or, we kind of have limitations with our funding and, what can we do?
Yep.
I'm sure if you were to ask some of the people that are on or listening to this, they probably have a list of 20,000 things they'd like to see us do, but we have funding for 2, type of thing. So I haven't sat down and thought about them. I mean, we kind of collaborate on things and ideas, but usually it starts as a small suggestion or thought, and then it grows into something and it happens. So
that's awesome.
Yeah, to add to what Tom said, I mean, we as a board like to be really open to ideas. So, if someone has a good idea, we like, as a board, we often say, please bring us your ideas. And so we like to have strategic planning sessions. We like to have brainstorming. We'd like to hear the ideas. And if we think that they're what's best for the students, we'll try to work to get them, support people to get them implemented.
Yeah, finding the resources in the plan, right, to make it actionable.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Anybody have anything else? More questions, Mary?
Those are the 2 that I had written down for this evening. Dave's going to be sad because he can't hold up his 5-minute thing. Dave, do you want to hold it up just for fun?
Yeah.
If you really want to see it. Yes.
Oh, thank you all so much for the opportunity. I know you have a big night ahead of you yet, but I wish you all the best. And I am very fortunate and blessed to be part of your team and your process. And as always, I want what's best for Houston. So best of luck, and thank you so much for the opportunity.
Oh, thank you very much for coming back this evening, and thanks for enlightening us. Have a good night.
Yep, you too.
Thank you, Mary.
Thank you. Have a good night, everybody.
Thank you.
Okay, Dave.
But we have a break scheduled here. I just want to make sure, Barb, are you still there?
Yes, we're a little ahead of schedule, but we do
Yes.
need about a half hour to tally not only your results, but the stakeholder summaries. So if you'd like to start deliberations at 9:15, I think we should be okay instead of 9:30. Or we could wait till as scheduled and start at 9:30. What would you like to do as the board?
I missed part of that, Barb, because I was like in La La Land.
We had scheduled this.
Sooner the better.
This interview was going to conclude at 9, but you're running about 15 minutes ahead of schedule. So do you want to start deliberations at 9:15 instead of 9:30?
Yeah.
Oh, look at all that. Yeah, okay. All right. So come back here about, 14 minutes after 9. By then, we should have all the stakeholder summary comments summarized if everyone's getting their stuff in. And I do want to thank everybody. Seriously, the stakeholders and the board members, you are so prompt at getting your comments and your results into these forums. It's making everything run really smoothly tonight. So thank you to everybody for that. We appreciate it. And then we'll see you back here at 9:15 to begin your deliberations. Okay?
Oh, did you see that
Barb,
question?
we do have
Patty
a,
wants to know if
yeah.
the rest can log out. Stakeholders can log out. Okay.
Yes,
You got it.
stakeholders can certainly log out after you've submitted them. Yeah, thank you for checking.
Thank you all for your donation of your evening.
Yeah, for sure. Thanks, everybody. If you haven't logged off, we appreciate your input. How's it going, Dave?
Doing pretty good. Got a couple minutes left.
Okay.
I think
I
you're
think we're
doing
waiting.
real good. Done a real nice job so far. Thank you for positive leadership there.
Yeah. We got one more report to get, I believe, so.
I saw the EMD. I think it's the audience one we're waiting for, right?
I think we had good input from the stakeholders.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Tom, did you see an email from Barb about starting at 9:15 and then moving forward, or waiting till 9:30? Do you see that email?
No, hang on. She might have sent it to my other email.
Yeah, she sent it to you and I not too
Yeah.
long ago. I
No.
figured I'd let you respond.
Oh, okay. So. We could
I was
probably,
just wondering if you wanted to start soon, we could. We were still
Scared
waiting
me.
for some stakeholders to type in their feedback. So we wouldn't have that to send to you for a bit.
you scared me, Barb. They're speaking up and I'm like, whoa, I didn't see that with an email.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I did just send the EMD form to Corinne to forward to the whole board, so you'll all have that shortly.
Okay.
And we can begin here at about 9:15, talking about the EMD form, and then going through the first candidate, Kevin Babcock, and talk about the strengths, the reference checks, and the stakeholder input. And then do the same with Stephanie, the second candidate. And by then, hopefully, we will have the summary for the third candidate. So we could start now, but
Yeah,
that
we got-
third summary will take us a bit to get it to you.
Yeah, once we get the third summary, could maybe take a little bit of a break for everybody to read through it
Okay.
before we, move on. So I agree. I think we should do the first two since we have.
Good idea. That's what we'll
and
do.
then go from there. So, okay. Wow. I just got the,
Just to reiterate, Barb, do we remain live for this entire meeting then till the actual the candidate rises to the top?
yes, we do.
All your deliberations are in a public meeting and people are still watching. So yes, until you make a
Yes.
decision, in fact,
So-
until you adjourn, it's all public.
Even if we were in person in our normal setting, it would be
Live.
live and there would be an allowed an audience.
Yep.
Is that right?
Yep,
Okay.
Correct.
Yes.
great
Okay, that's
question.
all.
Fran did send out the EMD now.
Should we start with Kevin?
We could start if everyone is back and ready to go. We could start with the EMD form overview. That won't take very long at all.
No. I think, is everybody here? Is Mark out there?
I'm here.
Okay, I think that's everybody, Barb.
Okay.
Oh, there he is.
Great. So if everyone has that, give me a thumbs up if you've seen the EMD form. Was it forwarded from Corinne? So everybody's got it? Awesome. All right. Josh, do you have it? Yep. Okay. We're not going to go over this again in any depth. We're not going to discuss it and point out who's where and how many votes are where. Keep in mind, again, this is a tool to help you as a board really see how your fellow board members felt about these three finalists tonight. I'll just repeat it one more time. You had 3 really strong candidates. I also want to compliment the board. You did a wonderful job asking questions and answering questions. It was very collaborative. Your candidates tonight asked some really hard questions. I thought it was very impressive the way that you were able to pull together as a board and answer some really tough ones. So congratulations on that and thank you. But again, when you look at this, you're looking for the number of E's, which means exceeds. So the more E's, the better. And you also want to look for the fewest number, if possible, of the D's, which is does not meet. So with that, I think that's enough said about the EMD form. Don't base all of your decision on that. It's not a mathematical statistical equation, but it is one tool that you can use to consider who you may want to make an offer to as your next superintendent. Any questions on that form? Otherwise, I'll just leave it in your hands and let you look at it over the course of the next half hour or so. All right, seeing none, I'm going to turn it over to your chair, Tom. You could start the conversation with your first candidate, usually focusing on strengths around the group first. Then you move into your reference check report, and then I'll do a verbal summary of the stakeholder report. We want to be very sure that the board are the only folks that actually see this report, but we want to be sure that anyone who is observing the meeting gets the gist of what the stakeholder input provided to you. So I will do some verbal overviews of each of the stakeholder summaries. All right, any questions before you move into the deliberations? All right, Tom, it's all yours.
Lucky me.
Yeah.
So, I was just looking for my list. Do we want to go down the questions and kind of go that way? Or you just want overall? What are you guys' thoughts?
Go down the questions, how? Generally now you'd ask folks to chime in with strengths about the first candidate.
Things that you picked up on,
Okay.
Kevin, as far as strengths, you know, throughout the
Way to just talk about the first candidate first, right?
Yeah, we're just talking about Kevin only. I mean, he's the first one. We do one at a time. And then,
I can start off, Tom, if you want with
yeah,
Kevin.
okay.
So I circled some things in my notes. I think that Kevin is really, really good with relationships. Just the examples that he used. I think that he talked about listening. He talked about being out and about all the time. I think that he just would be a great member of the community. He talked about a beautification project and starting that in a past community. So in general, I think those are some of his big strengths. The other thing that I noticed he mentioned tonight was a technology team that he has at his school. And he's a part of, and that they meet weekly. And I thought that was a great thing as well that he brought up.
Okay, Mimi, thank you. Anybody you want to follow up?
I think you brought some good points. Amy just brought up some very good points. He's a real.
I'll take the next spot.
Oh,
well, Arlen was talking,
yeah.
Josh.
That's okay. That's okay. Mimi was doing a good job as far as pointing out he's a real hands-on guy. I think you'll see him in the community a lot. He would be quick to communicate with the community as well as the teachers and the school board. I think he's very, very active there. So I think that's the plus that he brings.
Okay. Josh, you want to go next?
Sure. You know, I think he has an arsenal of strengths. I think one thing that would be interesting is he's a fresh perspective to our area. I think that he is very eager to establish a superintendency and move forward with some of his ideas. So I feel almost like he's a rising star or someone with potential. That intrigues me. And also there's a lot of energy, and he seems to be just a workhorse, a personality. So yeah, I could expand on, but I'll leave it at that.
No, that's fine. Anybody else want to address any more comments on him? Kevin? Mark?
Yeah, the only thing I'll add is everybody I mean, I think Mimi and even Pete had some good points that I even wrote down here. It kind of mirrored that. But the only thing that I would just add to that is one thing that kind of hit me or resonated with me was you talked in kind of briefly about bottom up approach of talking to the students and kind of figuring out what they like to do. And some of the other candidates kind of spoke about that too. But anyway, that was one thing that kind of stuck out that was that we haven't mentioned yet. So.
Okay. Richard, do you have anything or?
Yeah, I was, kind of what everybody else has kind of pointed to or whatever. I agree with, that he was very, seems like he's very forward thinking. Like like trying to figure out how to move things forward, especially and he seems a little bit more technology knowledgeable, on the changes in what keeps changing all the time in technology. It changes daily. He seems like he kind of is a little more knowing on that, some of that. It's very always trying to think. It seems like he always was thinking how to always improve and move the students to match what's going on in the real world.
Okay. And the other thing Gene, you have something? Go ahead.
I was going to say, he mentioned he would not micromanage the administrators. He would let them work on that. And then what's new on Infinite Campus, so there's some technology there. And also he has some online teaching with Ramsey College University.
Okay. And the one thing I noticed, he talked a lot about, similar to everybody else, but he mentioned a lot of team work, working with teams and having teams work together on not only establishing goals, but establishing, where to go from there. And that may be from his past coaching experience. I think Pete brought that up a little bit. So does anybody else have anything else to talk about him now? So some of the things, when I made some calls to a couple of people, I asked them a few questions. And one of them were like qualities that they felt Kevin possessed. And one of them was he was very progressive, focused, always looking out for what's best for students. And he followed through with what he started. Those are some of the things they pointed out on him for that. Examples of how Kevin has been successful in creating an atmosphere of mutual trust and respect, dealing with students, staff, community, and members of the board. He works with local companies to get students a better understanding on job offerings. We heard a little bit about that later on in the day with Mary. Also, he's always out and about, with student activities. I think most of them mentioned that, activities and events. He works with team members, teachers, and school board members. I mentioned that a minute ago about teams. He's been involved in a lot of outside activities. One of the people I talked to said he's been involved in an international charity activity. And again, I can only assume what this is. When he said in third world countries, it's something they realized, evidently they found out through maybe the church or something, they help build toilets in other communities and other third world countries. So thought that was kind of interesting. Some of his strengths that they pointed out was a high energy, and I think Josh might have mentioned that. Always looking out for student safety. Again, very progressive, always looking at future programs. He likes to mentor teachers, and he likes to hold people accountable. So those were some of the highlights that they had mentioned when I talked to a few of the references that he had given. So does anybody have any questions at this point? Otherwise, Barb, you're going to bring out your...
Sure. All right, thank you. And I just want to say one more time that I'm very, very impressed with the thought that your stakeholders put into filling out these forms. I know the board deeply appreciates all of their time and energy because it's a long time to watch 3 interviews and provide feedback. So I want to thank them very much. This is very, very well done. As far as the first candidate, Kevin Babcock, the stakeholder input revealed 4 areas that were strengths related to the leadership profile for Houston. The 4 areas are: the candidate is a visionary that believes in delegating responsibility and empowering staff. Also, that he values being visible within the district and in the community. This candidate believes in open communication and is a student-focused leader. So in those 4 areas, a couple of the comments that were made relative to that in terms of being visionary. He understands the chain of command. He asked a good question about equity, diversity, and inclusion that demonstrated awareness. He seems to be a trailblazer, empowers others, does not believe in micromanaging, is open to new ideas, and has headed committees that have enacted change. So a visionary was one theme. In terms of being visible, they pointed out that he mentioned is everybody's district, and it goes beyond the walls of the building, that there are nuances to being part of a small community that he recognized. He's very involved with community to promote the school, and he recognizes the importance of community relationships and community involvement in the district. And his answer to developing partnerships with the business community was very strong. So all of those were comments that the theme was around being visible within the community and the buildings. The third area of strength was his skills in communications, and he named several specific ways to implement communications. They commented that he's personable and a very good communicator, encourages two-way honest conversations, and someone commented they felt he had an excellent communications plan to meet with the board members and with the staff. So an excellent communicator was the third area of strength. And finally, the fourth theme was really around being a student-centered leader. They felt he was well-versed in all opportunities that should be available to students. He had experience in picking the best technology for students and the school, and that he was very willing and curious to seek out educational opportunities that would translate to a better education for all students. Other comments on Kevin Babcock in the area of strengths were that he was knowledgeable about Infinite Campus and seemed to be very comfortable and understand technology. Also that his professional journey to where he is now has been a strength, and that he took something of experience from each one of those steps in his path. So a lot of strengths identified by the stakeholders for Kevin Babcock. As far as opportunities for growth, there were 3 areas that were primarily identified. One, that perhaps he could have more strength in the area of school finance. Also, perhaps more knowledge would be needed in special education. And the third area was not having served as a superintendent to this point and or managing an online education system. So those were some of the strengths specific to things like finance, negotiations, budgeting, special ed, trends in that area, online education versus distance learning, and also a school such as Minnesota Virtual Academy that has high competition, and how to really leverage that in the environment that we currently are in. Also, a superintendent's impact on the vision of a district, simply because he is new to the superintendent role. So those are some of the areas for growth identified by the stakeholders. But again, just to circle back one more time to the strengths, it really fell into 4 areas: visionary, visible, communicator, and student focused. So thanks to the stakeholders for their time and energy on that. Any questions on the stakeholder feedback for Kevin Babcock? All right, thank you.
Okay, so we can move right along on Stephanie. So, does somebody want to start on their thoughts on Stephanie, or?
Go ahead,
Okay.
Gene.
Gene?
She mentioned those 4 R's in the beginning. And I mean, if you go out on her resume, she also has those on the link, and she's very passionate about those on that. And I think those are great in terms of what they stand for. She does have superintendent experience, so she does have budget knowledge. She did mention Apogee. That is a web site that we approved to go to develop our webpage and everything, and everything else. But again, those are what she does have the special ed. And she did mention that one time that she did do a online summer school program.
Okay. Mark, do you want to jump in after Gene?
Oh, Gene took all of my good ones. No, I'll just the one that he didn't touch on that I'll just point out was she talked a little bit about empowering staff as far as when I can't remember which question it was, but I thought that was kind of an important thing to highlight. Oh, sorry. Yeah, an important thing to highlight as far as helping them realign and whatever the case may be, if that was the purpose. So anyway, that was just one highlight I wanted to put.
Okay, no, that's great. Does anybody else want to point out a couple things? I think with her, she had a lot of special education training. I know we talked a little bit about that. She'd like to listen to administrative team. I don't know if anybody has any thoughts. Richard, Josh, Mimi, any positive you want to bring out on?
Yeah, I was, her special education, and stuff seemed, she was very, very knowledgeable in that. I kind of liked in the first question, I kind of liked her 4 R's, the way that all kind of rolls together with the relationships in the school and stuff. I thought that was kind of an interesting, and very nice way and stuff to put that piece all together.
I think that her special education expertise is extremely impressive. I think that she's been a superintendent. I think it's been 3 years, I think, and I got the same feeling again today, especially towards the end of the interview. She could come in and hit the ground running. I mean, she's implementing Apogee. We're starting implementing Apogee. It's just, she's got a lot of skills that would fit right in, and she's built those since she's been a superintendent. And then just the other thing is, and I have no expertise in special ed. And I think a lot of us don't have as much expertise in that area. And so I just feel like she would be a very good complement and bring something extremely useful to the table in an area that's definitely not one of my personal strengths and probably not one of our board's strengths either.
That's a good point, Amy. It's not really our board strength, but exactly right. She has very good background in special ed and very thorough there. And you could tell she was very knowledgeable about it and very passionate about it too.
Yeah, I think Jean nailed it on the head. And also the special ed, she's second to none. We lose Tom.
I think we lost Tom.
Yep,
Yeah,
Tom's gone.
No great loss there. Let's move on. All right.
Well, being as he's the chair, we kind of want him back, I think.
I'm just kidding. I'm only saying that because
It's a long night.
he would be the one to say that.
He would, I'm sure. I'm absolutely sure. Does anyone have a cell phone? You could text him and find out what happened.
I'm on the phone with Tom right now. We're trying to work it out.
Thank you, Corinne.
He lives in the wrong township.
One thing with Stephanie, she did always mention she's very detailed in terms of plan. She said they would have this plan, a 90-day plan, a week plan, and also to get to know the people, she would be maybe have a community gathering or something to get in the welcoming and things like this. And she wants to get to know the people.
Yeah, that's a good point, Jean. She did mention, maybe not so much in this round, but the first round especially, she talked a lot about planning. And it sounded like that was kind of her, she really stressed that quite a bit anyway. So.
Yeah, that's one thing I picked out on stakeholder meeting, having a plan, you know, in the next, whatever it be, next year type of thing. So, well, and did everybody get a chance to talk? I kind of was lost in La La Land, so I'm sure you guys jumped in and took care of that, as always. So qualities that I got from the people when I called are were good listener, honest, easy to build a relationship with as far as getting to talk to her, very thoughtful, very thoughtful. Explain how Stephanie has been successful in creating an atmosphere of mutual trust and respect in dealing with students, staff, community members, and the board. Like all of my beliefs are the same thing, you know, by going to events, being involved, involved in the community activities like Rotary clubs and that type of thing. They talked about her working on boards on strategic plan and building school goals. She worked with 300 special ed workers, kind of like HFED. That's kind of her background. This one person was telling me about. She would listen to, and she would develop a lot of local support, helping the community. Very much a people person. She worked with a lot of parents on IEPs, so they had a better understanding of what can and cannot be done. Evidently, she was involved in over 1,000 IEPs at different schools, so she had a lot of different schools that she worked with. Some of her strengths, they said she's a learning sponge. She loves to learn. Research-based, I think she mentioned that during some of our communications. She likes to research. Looks at all sides and then develops a plan. Very approachable. Very passionate about her job. So she loves what she's doing. So those are some of the quotes that they said.
All right, thanks, Tom. As far as stakeholder input on Stephanie Hubbard, as far as strengths for this candidate, they identified four primary areas. One, that the candidate has previous experience as a superintendent. Two, that they have the knowledge of in special education and mental health programming. Also, that the candidate asked very thoughtful questions and demonstrated a willingness to learn. And fourth, that the candidate believes in empowering staff and understands relationship building within the staff and the community. A couple of quick comments under each area. As far as having previous experience as a superintendent, stakeholders felt that she knows the job, so she can concentrate on school improvement very quickly. And her experience as a special education teacher, transition coordinator, and superintendent, her answers on what she's learned from each of those positions was very informative. Also, because she is a superintendent, she has a knowledge of finance and negotiations. Relative to the strength on special ed and mental health, people pointed to the abundance of special education experience, felt she had a strong and well-informed view of the purpose, importance, and the need for including students with special needs, and that she also understood how to implement this by following best practices. The third strength was around asking thoughtful questions and learning. And someone said that specifically asking very pointed questions about the virtual academy indicated her awareness of the breadth of the district, and also asking questions about the ESSR funds was insightful as well. She showed forethought and a willingness to continue to learn. She understands the importance of the online school and wants to learn more. And again, the fourth area about empowering staff and building relationships, she believes in providing credit where credit is due. She provided strong leadership examples, also highlighted community and business relationships within the schools as being important, and they felt she could empower the administrative staff and hold them accountable. Other comments were that she had a one-year plan to improve and continue the collaboration between the board members and herself. Her weekly communications were impressive. Someone pointed out that she has the eyes of a realist and also had a very concrete answer when asked about board and administration effectiveness and partnerships. And the 4 R's, as many of you have mentioned, was highlighted as well. As for areas of growth, there were really only 2 that these stakeholders identified. One, that this candidate lacked experience with technology and managing an online education system. Similarly, the Minnesota Virtual Academy, again, having high competition and not necessarily being ready to capitalize on what makes them different. Being somewhat unfamiliar with technology, perhaps. And then also there was a second area of growth potentially to improve some interpersonal skills, especially including communicating, collaborating, and managing staff. Someone had noticed that visibility perhaps felt like more of an obligation than something that she truly enjoyed in terms of being visible in the community. And then wanting someone said, I'd like to hear a clear plan for holding school district administrators accountable under her supervision. So to circle back to strengths, there were 4 for Stephanie Hubbard. Previous experience as a superintendent, knowledge of special education and mental health, thoughtful questions and wanting to learn, and empowering staff and building relationships. So those were the stakeholder comments on Stephanie Hubbard. Maybe we want to take a 5-minute break. I did send Corinne the stakeholder feedback on your 3rd interview, Mary Morum. So if you'd like to take just 5 minutes to take a look at that real quick, we can then maybe pick up where we left off and continue doing what we're doing. Is that okay with everybody? Do you have it in your inbox? Does anyone see it yet? Okay. We'll just take a few minutes and then we'll sit and visit about those.
5 minutes. Going to be a long day, people. But it's once we get everybody on, Dave, I think we'll be ready to roll.
Okay, how we doing while we looking there?
Yeah, Richard is just about ready to sit down, so we should be good.
Okay,
I think that's
okay,
it, I believe.
yep.
Yeah, sorry. I had to go refill my water glass.
Nah, that's okay. So, we get started here. Barb, did you want to say anything before we start, or should we just get back into it?
Get back into it with the strengths regarding your third candidate, Mary Morum.
Okay. So who wants to start with Mary, her positives? Go ahead, Richard. Is that you with your hand up?
Yeah. Yeah, I thought she was like her answers and stuff were very, very thorough. When she started to come out with the strategic planning, talking with that in the first question and stuff. I thought that was pretty impressive. And her special education knowledge was really good. And the way she talked about the community and the co-ops and co-ed and working with the different school districts and stuff, seemed like she's had a lot of experience working on that type of things. So that were some of the big strengths I've seen.
Okay. Somebody else want to add to those? Mark?
Yeah, I'll just say, if you want to talk about, I think one of the challenges will be from somebody coming out from the outside is building relationships and connections within the community. She's already got a lot of those established. Clearly, from a couple of different positions that she has in the area. So that's a big plus. So she can focus on other things. She won't have, obviously she'll use those that network or those relationships to actually build on things, but she won't have to place as much emphasis on that. She talked a little bit about culture and understanding the culture, which is good. And then I'll kind of reiterate what Richard talked about as far as, she talked about student groups and doing work in the community. She talked a lot about community and being visible like a lot of the other candidates, but I thought she had some specific examples as far as getting the students involved and some other things that I thought that she really meant it, and she really meant that she was really passionate about it. So those are a couple of things that I took away.
Okay, thanks, Mark. Somebody else want to speak up? I agree with both of you. I think she seems like a very good communicator. As far as when she answered the questions, I believe she was very thorough in all of them. To me anyway, I got a clear understanding on what, each part of all questions. I think it was one of the few candidates that actually emphasized, answered a lot of them. And when she talked about trends in special ed, I think she really had some good answers on that part of it. And not only had answers, in a lot of her answers that she had examples, which I liked. How she was involved and what did she do, and what was the outcome after they did it. So that's just some of the things I took away from her or thought of. So how about anybody else want to speak up?
I think, Tom, one of the things that probably most of us could have gotten out of that was her enthusiasm. She was very enthusiastic, and she was quick to answer most of the questions. A couple of them she needed, especially my question when she couldn't understand me. She had to kind of read the question, but for the most part, she was very quick. Her fluency in speaking was very, very good job. And I think her knowledge of the area, I think one of the guys pointed out, maybe Mark earlier, that she has some knowledge of the area already, so she doesn't have to waste time on that, and she can move on to something else. that may be very important. She did talk about Chu. Once she got on the board, she needed 30 days. She wanted to meet with each of us and she wanted to talk about our concerns for 30 days, which I was impressed with that too.
Mimi, you have anything you want to bring up? I mean, she talked about your strategic plan right off the bat, so.
Yeah, she did. And she has a good, simple view of it, which I like. I can tell she understands it. The other thing that I have on my notes is that she was excited to talk to elected officials, which is not something I would be excited about, but it's something she's excited about. And that's something that could potentially be really useful for the online school as well. So I think that was a big positive.
Yeah, I agree with you. And I think she was very passionate about what she said. So Josh or Gene, you have anything you want to address?
Yeah, well, in terms of the strategic plan, again, she's starting that right away and she knows the importance of that, but she also mentioned tying it in with student achievement. So we want to tie it into the students come first in the achievement. Also, she mentioned in terms of with technology, working with 8 student teachers and for mentors and everything else. She understands the teaching part of it and what teachers need to know of that within there. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Josh, you have any last words?
Nothing too enlightening as usual. She is just, polished, poised. She's comfortable. She's quick responsive. She seems like natural leader. If for someone that doesn't have direct superintendent experience, I mean, you would never guess that. Maybe that's where that pep comes from. But anyway, she's a solid candidate here. We got a tough one on our hands.
Well, I can tell you a few things that people talked about her, and a few because they talked a lot about her, to be honest with you. Good at taking charge. She gets buy-in from others, working with the community members. She good at working with others and bringing them together. Highly motivated. Some of us already mentioned that. Thoughtful by looking at all sides before developing a plan, which I think is good. Very approachable, which I believe we can tell from her. Works with research-based information before making decisions. And she mentioned that, I believe, during her conversation. Also looks out for, of course, what's best for kids. Examples on how Mary has been successful creating an atmosphere of mutual trust and respect, dealing with students, staff, community members, and board. She's a people person. Builds, like I said, relationships easy. Establishes trust and relationship with stakeholders. Works well with community. She mentioned a lot of that, I think, during her, when we asked some questions. Steps into and looks over at one of these local schools. The principal there that I talked to said that she stepped in and took over as the high school principal, and people couldn't believe how the transition. She was a grade school principal at the time, but she walked into the high school and just took total control over the high school and got it all back on track, is kind of what he said. So it was nice to see that she can step up. She won over the community, teachers and kids. Cares about kids' needs. Some of her strengths: good at building, again, relationships. Likes to do research and understand how to help. Good at navigating through tough situations. A good listener, passionate, good work ethics, student-centered. And one of the guys said, she just has stuff that you can't teach people as far as an educator. She brings things to the table that a lot of educators have, or the good ones have, but you just can't teach it. So, and to be honest with you, there's probably another page of stuff people said, and I didn't want to write them all down. So that's what I got from her references.
All right, thanks, Tom. As for the stakeholder input on your third candidate, Mary Morum, There were 3 trends in terms of what they identified for the strengths. One is previous experience with strategic planning. That was one that people picked up on. 2, they felt that she had superior communication, collaboration, and staff management skills. And 3, a real sense of community connections, partnerships, and experience harnessing these things for the betterment of students. A couple of comments from the stakeholders. In the area of strategic planning, they felt that she was able to break down specifically how strategic planning can be applied to the district beyond just the fiscal side of it. Also had provided some ideas and encouraged you to think outside the box when it came to strategic planning for the public schools in Houston. For communication, collaboration, and staff management, they pointed to the fact that she understands negotiations. A number of people mentioned the word collaborative in their comments. Also pointed out her passion to elevate students and embrace the community. And someone commented that it's clear she cares about teachers as well as students and their mental and emotional health. Regarding the third area of strength with partnerships and connections, they commented that she truly understands our school district already, really understands aspects of partnerships and how to work cooperatively, seems to want to grow the existing connections for the district, and seems to have also an enormous amount of networks locally and throughout the states. Several people pointed to the fact that partnerships were important to her as they would be to the district. A few other comments. Her answer to how she would work with the board on sensitive issues was quite strong, and also that she felt she had the ability to make honest valuations of student achievement and development. In terms of areas of opportunities to grow, generally speaking, your stakeholders identified 2. One, that this candidate does not have any previous experience as a superintendent, and 2, a limited experience with advanced technology and online learning. So as for not being a superintendent, particularly, some folks called out a lack of experience perhaps in finance, negotiating contracts, and managing the complexity of the district in Houston. And relative to technology and online learning, just noted that an answer about technology was more about a personal level than from a district-wide perspective. Someone again pointed out that a district such as ours with high competition for the virtual academy, no experience in how to truly leverage that, and also perhaps doesn't have very much experience in early childhood in the Minnesota Virtual Academy as well. Other comments, very high energy, but didn't speak specifically around much of the special education programming. So then to close up one more time with the 3 strengths for Mary Morum, they were in the areas of strategic planning, communication, and community connections and partnerships. So again, thank you to all of the stakeholders for the time and effort they put into that. That was very, very well done. Now would be the time. Tom is going to facilitate a conversation with the board as to who you're leaning toward. If someone simply wants to say who you would be interested in bringing in as your next superintendent, or if you want to go around the table and each of you share your top 1 or top 2 candidates, you might realize you come to a consensus fairly quickly, or we can stay here as long as it takes for you to come to a consensus as a board. So at that point, someone will make a motion, a second, and pass it. And this is sometimes taken 10 minutes and it's sometimes taken 3 hours. Just depends on how the board is feeling about your candidate pool. So with that, good luck. Tom, back to you.
Thanks, Barb. Always a pleasure. So who wants to start off with their comments?
Tom, I think it's just kind of comical in a way. One of the stakeholders' comments was, I saw no growth needs in this interview. That's kind of an unusual response.
Okay, so who has, I have thoughts, but I'm not going to bring them up at this time. I'll voice in at the end there. Josh, you want to start us off?
I think that I think Mary is a clear-cut favorite. I think she offers the local presence and all of her attributes. I will say this for Kevin, he's an interesting wild card. I think he represented himself very strongly, and I would be really interested, to see what he could bring us as a new person in the community. And also just his competitive and very community-oriented personality. That's where I leave off.
Okay. Tony, you want to go next?
I think, Tom, in going next year, you know, I also lean towards Mary Morum. I'm impressed by her enthusiasm. I think we're at a point where we need that. I think this has maybe been an education to all of us. Whether we agreed with the things Kring did or not, I think we had a pretty good superintendent before. And so this has probably reinforced us there. And I think we're really blessed by the fact that, you know, many times when you have 4 applicants like this, you sit there twiddling your thumbs deciding, well, which should we take? When here we had some tough competition. And I lean towards her because of her background and her enthusiasm. So I just think that leads us in a direction we need to go.
Okay, who would like to speak up next? Gene?
Yeah.
And chat people.
Mary is very well-rounded. I just wish she had some more financial ones because, I mean, working with everything, I mean, you have the administrators. What's the administrator's job? We look for a CEO. I mean, more or less the superintendent is your CEO that takes care of the finances and everything else. Going to put a lot on Rustin in terms of business managing that way. But all the other things I think can run as well. So that's with Stephanie. I mean, that superintendent experience is hard to pick up and get. And when you get somebody that has it, I mean, you want to bring somebody in and think that how fast can they bring that up? That's my problem. I mean, I'm tossing between the two and I don't know yet. I'd like to hear more of your guys.
Okay, who wants to speak up next? Mark, Mimi?
Yeah, I'll go.
Richard, he wants to talk too.
Oh, yeah. Well, first off, I'll say, you know, Stephanie's got the experience, and it's unfortunate. I think that I think she had some great answers. It just, I don't know. I think the way, maybe it was her nerves or whatever, just the way she presented and came off, it just didn't seem as enthusiastic and passionate as Mary or Kevin, you know. But I think she's still a great candidate. So I'll start off with that. And Kevin, I was very much leaning towards Kevin on the first round interviews, and I think much more so on Mary's side this one, only because I think she had a lot more fluid answers this round, and she was very, you know, like Josh said earlier, she just rattled some of those answers off. Very well rounded. I mean, I agree with a lot of the other people here that plus she has the community connections. She sounds very passionate about getting involved in the community. Even Kevin did as well, but I just think that I don't know, just all around, I think she's got a lot to offer. Anyway, so yeah, that's kind of my input.
Okay, Richard, you want to go next?
Sure. Yeah, I'm on between them all. I was kind of leaning like with Mary. I really liked her enthusiasm. I liked her ideas. Like the strategic planning was really nice. Some of her ideas, some of her answers were very nice and fluid. Her communication was clear. She seems like she wants to collaborate. She wants to talk to the community and stuff and figure things out. But like without being a superintendent, that financial and some of that stuff, and then with having the online via MNVA, you know, some of that stuff, I don't know how fast she could get up to speed on that. Otherwise, Stephanie's the other one that I was liking, just her special education knowledge, the way our special ed program, 'cause I remember kind of when it was starting, when we had to bring ours from Caledonia down to Houston, and it got thrown together to what it is now. It's grown, and we keep hearing people talking about coming to Houston because of our general education and our special education program, the way they incorporate and work each other together. And her special education background really would come in handy with that part of it. So that's where I'm kind of on the fence with either for both of them right now.
Amy, you want to speak on this or you?
Yeah, of course. So I agree with Jean and Richard. The top two in my for me are Mary and Stephanie. And Mary is, you know, she's wonderful. I mean, she comes across, she interviews very well. Stephanie brings this whole level. She does have some superintendent experience. And then she brings this whole realm of special ed expertise. And I feel like I'm not a teacher, so I don't quite understand some of the concepts at a very high level understand, but I feel like she can really talk to the teachers. She understands it. She lives and breathes it. I don't feel like Stephanie interviews as well, but that doesn't mean that she wouldn't be an amazing superintendent. So I guess those are my top two.
Okay. I think all three candidates were good. You know, they all had something to bring to the table. But I think when you look at who rises to the top, I would have to say, if you could take Stephanie's special education knowledge and then give it to Mary and her enthusiasm and everything else that she brings to the table and blend them, that'd be perfect. And I think I'm getting that from the majority of the people here. They probably would agree to that. Special ed is a big thing, as Richard mentioned, and who knows where it's going to go. Having understanding on superintendent, position, I look at it like, well, Corinne wasn't, hadn't done it before, and she's done an excellent job working at it with her support from her team. Finances, we've got Gwen, which is, I think everybody has commented on her anywhere from as long as I've been on the board, every time we've ever had an accountant come in or an audit, that's the first thing they say is we're lucky to have her. I think all of us here who have been on the board for any length of time probably have seen that over the years, that she does an excellent job. So I would have to agree with a few people like, Jean, Richard, and Mimi. I think, all you guys, I think Stephanie is a good, her and Mary are my top two, put it that way. That's where I run into an issue. I think Mary may be easier to hit the ground running just because she has the connections. I think she would get support in the other areas that she would need the support in. The finance thing, again, I think, Gwen is an asset we have that can work with anybody and help them with that knowledge. The special ed piece, that's the only piece that I feel that out of the two, obviously Stephanie's got stronger knowledge on. And I'm not, that's not the majority of our school, don't get me wrong. And like Richard had mentioned, we've come a long way since he's been at the school with our education, our special ed program, leaps and bounds. And I think we can continue that maybe with the people we have around us, I would hope anyway, because it's been driven that way. And it sounds to me like Mary could go out or reach out to get help if she needed it. But that's just my 2 cents on both of these. I think those two would be, like I said, if you could blend them together or take knowledge from both of them and put them in one jar, it'd be perfect. He'd have that experience and as a superintendent, the special ed experience. And they both have excellent qualities. So nothing against to the table too.
It's great that we have Gwen because Gwen really gives us a support network that's really stable, and Gwen can pretty much handle, the financial picture of it. So she does a great job.
Yeah. So Josh, you wanted to say something?
Yeah. Chair Stone, I'd like to make the motion to offer this position to Mary Morum.
Okay. Josh has made a motion. Do we have a second?
I'd like to second it.
Okay, discussion, because I'm sure we'll have some. Thoughts, anybody? Talk about it? Everybody kind of looking like they're maybe leaning that way. So we have a motion, we have a second. Any further discussion? Okay, all in favor, let's go around the room. Jean? What was that, Jean? Can't hear you.
Did you want the official motion on that in terms of background check and everything?
Yeah, oh yeah, that's right. We have to put all that.
Josh, you want me to read
Copy of
that?
this, Josh? You have a copy of this?
I'll read it.
Okay, Gene will read it.
I move to extend an offer for employment, a contract for position of Independent District 294 Superintendent to Mary Moran, contingent upon the following: that a mutual agreeable employment contract be negotiated and a criminal background check be completed with results acceptable to the school board.
Okay, so is that okay, Josh, that he redid your motion?
I appreciate that. I'm sorry I missed that.
That's okay. Okay, so Arlen, you still want to second Gene's motion, I believe? Okay.
Yes, yeah, I will. Yep.
Okay, so we have motion and second. Any further discussion? Okay, all in favor, Richard?
Aye.
Okay. Mimi?
Why are you starting with us?
Why? Who are you supposed to start with?
Aye.
That's how I know it's okay. Josh?
Aye.
Mark?
Aye.
Okay, Arlen? Okay, Gene?
Aye.
And I would say aye too. So is Barb still out there?
Barb's always out there. Congratulations. That's wonderful news. So one point of clarification before Dave goes and calls Mary, he'll make a quick phone call to confirm that she is still interested and wants to proceed with negotiations. But what is the next step? Tom, will you be reaching out to her tomorrow via email or phone call?
Yeah,
What should he tell her?
Yeah, I can give her a call tomorrow and try to set up time where we can meet at some place. Probably more, we can either do it on Zoom if she is not comfortable meeting face to face. And we can kind of start with that.
Okay.
Like I've got a copy, like we talked about of Crin's contract, and that's as everybody on the board has agreed that that's where we're going to start and see where that goes. And then I can get with the board after that, as if, you know, whatever happens. So
Okay.
I'll give her a call tomorrow, Dave. And,
Yeah.
you know, you can ask her if you want to, or when I call her, I'll just have to get her information from you.
Okay.
You know, where
A
she
certain, like a certain time that you might call her at, just so she would know. Is there like in the morning and afternoon, just so she would know, or?
I'm available 24/7, Dave.
So if I said
You
you're
can call me
gonna
at 9
call
o'clock at
approximately 10 o'clock or something, would that be
Sure.
okay?
Sure.
Just so she knows to be free, you know, with what she's doing.
Not a problem.
Okay, Dave, we'll see you in a couple of minutes. Why don't you go make the call? Thank you. So while Dave is doing that, I just had a couple of housekeeping items to check with everybody. So when might you be meeting to approve the employment contract? On the timeline, I think it says to be determined in April, but do you have a regular board meeting coming up anytime soon where you might actually approve a contract with someone?
Let's see. Our next board meeting will be, what day is it today anyway? Thursday?
Thursday the 15th.
Tax day, right? No, not this year. We have
May 6th.
we don't have another meeting for a while, do we?
No, not till the first one in May.
Yeah.
May
I have
6th.
I
But-
have a special board meeting on the 22nd in my notes.
Yeah, that's what we talked about last time. You're right, Mimi. We talked about doing it next Thursday because we normally have them on Thursday, Barb.
Okay,
So it would be on Thursday next week. We kind of figured we'd give a couple days for negotiation part of it.
okay. I think that would be better than waiting until your May meeting. I think you
No,
want to
no,
lock
no,
this
okay.
up tight. So if you can get a special board meeting called, get it posted. Might not take very long if that's the only item on the agenda, but does everyone have that night free, the 22nd? And you don't have your calendars in front of you, and I know it's been a really long day, so I'm sorry. Just want to nail down some next steps for you.
I think
Is that
we,
gonna be,
what, Josh?
is that Zoom or on site?
We can do it whatever works best for everybody.
Well,
Um,
we tentatively have the ECFE meeting at 6 p.m. next Thursday. So,
Okay.
early childhood, that committee meeting.
Yeah. How long is that? Do you know, Mark?
I have no idea. I'm guessing it's going to be at least an hour, but I haven't got many details on it. I've asked for it, so I couldn't tell you. Unless we did it, before that. I mean, if we did it like 5-ish, that'd probably work. As long as I don't think we're not going to be that long. I would think, right?
No, it would be a Zoom meeting, basically to approve the contract if we got it done by then. Correct, Barb?
Correct.
So,
So if we did it
how would your
5-ish
schedule-
with everybody, we might be able to do that.
Richard, how would your schedule be on that next Thursday?
I'd have to check with my salesman that I run that today. Like today, I got everything set up and stuff. I started my day at 6 o'clock this morning. So that way I could get back here in time for the meeting tonight. So if I talk to him and stuff, I think I can make like a 5 or 5:30 work.
Okay.
Especially if we do it Zoom, that's fine. But I could try to be there in person too if that's what we decide. Like I said, I just got to work with my manager and the salesman I run for that day.
Okay. Well, I think it maybe work out better for everybody's Zoom. Is that correct? If we do it?
That would probably work. Well, I guess it wouldn't matter for me because I think we're going to meet in the park. So either way, it'd be a pretty quick jaunt from the school. So either way for me, everybody else.
Mimi, what are your thoughts?
Yep.
Yep. Okay. She's in either way. Josh, you can do it either way. I didn't hear Arlen. Did anybody?
I think that works better for Rich, doesn't it?
If we go Zoom, yeah, I think why don't we just stick at Zoom because we're becoming experts. So.
Okay, you have a date and time then for the meeting to approve the employment contract, correct?
Yeah,
Okay.
Thursday, 5 o'clock.
Great. Awesome,
5.
congratulations.
Yep,
With
thanks.
that, Dave has returned. So Dave, do you want to take the mic for just a moment and give us an update on your conversation with Mary?
Yes, congratulations. You have a very happy marriage.
Now you're muted, Dave.
Yeah, you have a very, very happy and excited Mary Morm right now. She's very excited to talk with you tomorrow at 10 o'clock. And she says, thank you very much for all your time and efforts. And she's really, really excited. So congratulations on all your good work and all your good efforts here.
Does anybody have any last words of wisdom?
I just want to thank Barb and Dave for all their work that they did for us. Without them, why, we wouldn't have a superintendent yet.
Yeah,
No.
thank you. I was
Thank
just gonna
you.
say, no pressure, Tom. It's all in your court now.
Yeah. Thanks, Mimi. Yeah, I appreciate
Yeah.
that. You guys
Hey,
have
check
a,
this. You know, it's been a
Yeah.
long day, but can I take 3 minutes to wrap up some loose ends from MSBA's perspective? Because this is the last time you're going to see us. We're going to miss working with you. This has been a wonderful search, but I do have some loose ends here. So real quick, I'm going to have a press release done tonight that I'll send to Ann and copy Tom on, announcing your new superintendent. And so Tom, there's going to be a quote in there from you. So read it, make sure it's the kind of quote you want. You can certainly change it. Also, when we wrap up here in a few minutes, Dave is going to call the other two candidates personally and let them know how much he appreciated their participation. So Dave will make that call to both of the other candidates. One thing that I'd like you to think about, and I'm going to tell you to talk to Dave about this down the road, because of the complexity of your district with the online academy and the bricks and mortar school, you may want to think about a slightly different orientation period for your new superintendent than many new positions. There may be some training that if Corinne is willing to do so, not necessarily in June before she's done, but maybe to come back in August or things when things really get rolling with that online academy, it might save you some trouble if you put a little extra effort into ensuring a smooth transition because it's so complicated. And because Dave is a former superintendent, I would really suggest you reach out to him. Tom, maybe you and Dave could connect this summer to talk about how to ensure that Mary is as successful as she possibly can be with something as unusual as the way that your district is structured. So just a plug for some additional training. Dave, is that okay?
Yes, that's fine. I think that with the online program, there'll be some spikes in time and issue. I think when I talked to Corinne before, she said she had to hire like 40 people in August or something like that. And then there's a time that will come in a semester time and other times. So with the academy, virtual academy, there's will be some spikes that I think that will need some time that you just might say, okay, so many hours or so many days, and then those two could work it out to be very, very beneficial and support the success of Mary Morum.
Okay.
Okay,
Thank
Dave,
you for that.
yeah, appreciate that, Dave. And if you just want to reach out to me or let me know how I can get a hold of you, and then we can talk kind of ahead of
Okay.
rather get it in the books before.
Yes, I think that's a good idea.
Okay. Great. Also remember that a part of your search package includes a post-hiring workshop. That's a workshop that I'll come back and do with your district, with the board and the superintendent both, usually in the fall, early winter, just to set expectations for the first year. What goals, what priorities do you want to set to ensure that when you do your performance evaluation in a year, everybody's clear about what that first year is supposed to cover. So I'll be reaching out, Tom, to you as board chair in July and potentially getting the post-hiring workshop on all of your calendars. There's no charge for that workshop. It's part of what we do to ensure, again, a successful transition for all our clients. So I will see you again for that. Also, I want to give a very quick shout out to Anne. Anne, if you're still on, I want to thank you very much for being the point person for us within the district. There was a lot of coordination, and we truly appreciate you being our go-to person in the district for that. Likewise, Corinne, you were involved a significant amount, especially on the technology end. Well done. Thank you. Couldn't have done that without you either. You've both been phenomenal to work with and made the search process go much, much smoother. Final shout out, Tom, as board chair, I have to tell you, you did an excellent job. A superintendent search always goes better when there is a strong facilitator in the chair role, and you did an excellent job. So thank you. It was wonderful to work with you in that role as well. And then segue to the fact that I'm going to send a really quick link out tomorrow. We have about a 2-minute survey. We'd love to get your feedback on the search process. If there's anything you felt went really well, if there's anything you would suggest that MSBA does to improve our search process, we want to hear from all of the board members, and we would love to hear from both Anne and Corinne. It's literally 2 minutes, maybe 3 minutes tops to fill it out, and I'll get that out in the morning. So please fill out the survey if you have a few minutes just to wrap that up for our benefit so we can continue to improve the services. I think with that, you can call us anytime. We're MSBA, so we're always available to you. Dave, do you have any closing comments you want to make before we exit stage left and say goodbye to the Houston board?
I just want to thank you very much. It was a great learning experience for myself as well. I think you guys did a great job of listening and then talking it over and collaborating with each other to get a great candidate. So thank you for letting me be part of your process.
Yep, thanks. I'll tell you thanks ahead of time, Dave, and for future help, both you and Barb. You know, we look forward to working with you on those other couple things we're going to work with to finish this. And obviously, thanks to everybody tonight that had the time to be here. I know it was a long day, Richard, and probably everybody here has been up for a lot of hours. So I appreciate the time. It's painful, but it's an important part of our job. So Probably the most important job we have as a board member is to find a new superintendent. Mimi and I have both been through it. I don't know that Gene's been through it, but you know, it can be painful, and it's a good learning experience. So thanks everybody for participating. I appreciate that because it makes it better, and it's good to make sure that everybody has a clear understanding of what we're doing and who we're getting as a candidate. So thank you guys all for being here.
You can adjourn your meeting however you want to do that next.
So did Pete, what was that?
Can you adjourn your meeting?
Yeah.
Close
Do
the
we have a
books on
motion
it.
to adjourn?
That's the only thing left to do.
Yeah. Do I have a motion to adjourn? Did Pete make the motion?
I'll second.
Okay, Pete said, okay, Mark seconded. Discussion. Thanks again, everybody. All in favor, roll call vote. Eugene?
Yay.
Richard? I know you.
Aye.
Josh?
Aye.
Amy?
Aye.
Mark?
Aye.
Arlen? Okay, thanks again, everybody. You guys have a great evening. We'll talk to you soon, I'm sure.
Thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Yep.
Congratulations.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Tom,
for all
I'll
the help,
try,
man.
Tom, I'll try to call you by about 9 o'clock tomorrow. Is that okay?
Yeah, that's fine. I'll be up and
Okay.
about.
All right. Thank you.
Yep, thank you.
Great
Thanks.
job. Thank you.
Thanks, Barb.